town, city, and village, and I always mix up which one is which. That was city. I wanted town, so my bad.
Sounded like a dragon fight going on.
Well, that was just explore. That wasn't even combat. That was just wandering around.
City combat is just
And
dubstep.
wandering.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and dive into our session. So, as a recap, last we left off in session 5, a remarkably short session, but a lot happened. The group had just been split into 2 small groups after the fight at the shipwright warehouse on the coast of Darun. Basil, Othwin, Talina, and Grigor, along with their newfound compatriot of Keeg Greaves, with the recovered plans that Cassivus had commissioned them to collect, are making their way east along the shorefront. And before they can get to the Lucky Tankard, granted this is middle of the night, a surprise onslaught of movement and a smoke cloud all at once just befalls them there on the side of the river. When the smoke clears, they recognize that Grigor has lost the knife and Keeg has lost the plans to the ship that he was supposed to bring to that they were all supposed to bring to Cassivus. No real sign as to what happened other than a scorch mark left on the ground. Spitwick finds them there, hears their telling that they've lost the plans, and leads the group back to the Lucky Tankard. While this is happening, Daxori and Alexander had wandered off south of the shipwright after a heated argument between Basil and Daxori over the fate of Garrow Jack, the sergeant of the Low Hoods that they had that your entire group had managed to subdue and incapacitate during a fisticuffs battle. His then lifeless, unconscious body is carried off by the carpenters from the shipwright to the local town's guard. Dax and Alexander had a conversation and then start to make their way back in the direction of the Lucky Tankard to meet up with the rest of the party when they stumble across a strange encounter in an alleyway where they watch 2 shadowy figures share some sort of conversation, and then before anything can happen, a large half-orc warrior-like man approaches from a different alley, donning leather straps and large billowy pants and big metal pauldrons and a large greatsword on his back. He approaches the 2 figures, has a brief conversation that you can't make out from this distance, and then the 2 shadowy figures hand him some sort of parchment, which he then stuffs into a pouchette sort of item on his hip, and then walks off down the alley he came from onto a side street. Before you guys can get any closer, Dax decides in a moment of, for lack of better terms, quickly planned efforts, she attempts to try to steal the parchment from him with a very risky maneuver of trying to weave and bob in and out of these, which they can now see low hood thugs, to steal the item and then dart off. Unfortunately, stumbling across the back of a few of the low hoods that just happened to zig when she zagged, she's only able to get away with a small pouch of coins before she has to sprint off into the night, now being pursued by the low hoods. Thankfully, both Alexander and Dax were able to completely evade all of the low hoods and hide in the darkness of the night. Alexander makes it back to the Lucky Tankard first, and Dax arrives just as the sun is starting to crest over the horizon to their west. As Dax and Alexander are arriving at the Lucky Tankard, they find the rest of their party sitting around the room in scattered remnants, and Spitwick joining them. But the looks on everybody's faces shows that people are... The mood is not as high as you would have expected it to be. Reminder that Dax and Alexander were gone at the time of the robbery. So it is here where we pick up session 6, where our group is at the Lucky Tankard Tavern once more. It's morning starting to awake in the city here. People are starting to come out of their homes. You can start to hear... hold on. What am I being pinged for? Oh, I thought you were. Okay, apologies. Dax has not arrived yet. Yeah. Alexander has arrived, but Dax... Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Dax is still back in the alley, but Alexander has arrived at the Lucky Tankard. But it is morning now. The sun is starting to rise in the west. I'm sorry, rise in the east and sets in the west. I have it backwards. Rising in the east. And
could be different.
That's true. It could be
It's
different.
your world. You can do whatever you want.
It's true, but that'll get confusing for me. So it's going to rise in the east and it's going to set in the west. And people are starting to come out of their homes, and you're starting to hear the sound of people mingling in the streets, and just the city's starting to awaken. It's kind of a nice sense, but obviously understanding that you guys do not have the quarry you were sent after. I will state, for the sake of expediency, we will jump to Dax very quickly. Dax, you awaken from your brief rest here in this alley. You have been completely undisturbed throughout the course of your rest. You're still in the same alleyway that we left you at last week, uninjured and undisturbed of any kind, but you are aware that it is now daylight and your hiding spot is going to slowly diminish as the light increases. What do you do?
Dax is going to kind of peek around the... So she's in an alleyway, right? Okay, so she's going to kind of stick her head out and look both directions down, like, the main pass, just to see if she can see any low hoods.
No, you are. The only thing that you can see is as you look towards the street direction, which would be if you're from where you're sitting to your left, you see just a couple of people start to pass here and there. You recognize that it's just the people starting to come out in the streets who are running errands, headed off to work, headed to school, whatever it may be. And to your right, nothing. It's just an alley that kind of weaves its way down through the buildings.
Okay. Dax is going to emerge from the alleyway and slowly start to make her way back to the Lucky Tankard. She's still in no rush because she doesn't really want to talk with Basil yet. So she slowly makes her way there, but no rush.
Okay. So yeah.
Shade.
Yeah, it doesn't take long because, I mean, you can very quickly make your way to the shore and then from there to the tankard. And so I would say from where you're at, probably about a 10 to 15 minute walk at a brisk pace, which if you're running, you could get there faster. If you were moving really slowly, you get there slower. So anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, but you do ultimately make your way to the Lucky Tankard with no interruption, no one bothering you. A couple, funny looks because, again, a tiefling with glowing red hair in this part of the world is not exactly the most common sight, but no one really gives you any trouble. And yeah, you arrive with Lucky Tankard, and again, the Lucky Tankard is known as a reminder. It has several openings in the wall that faces north towards the river, and so instead of it being just a door, it's these large open air archways that are probably, like I said, about probably anywhere from a story to a story and a half tall, that open up out into the street. And as you arrive, Dax, you see the tavern keeper he is out in the street, and he's pulling the awnings away from the building so that it creates a shaded effect out in front of those open air areas. And he kind of looks at you and gives you a nod, recognizing you from the many times you've frequented this establishment. And as you walk in, you do see your group kind of sitting around tables, just kind of waiting, basically waiting for you.
Dax is gonna walk in and give at least Alex a nod before finding a booth, or a booth that's somewhat close to them, but not like right next to them, and she's gonna take a seat.
Okay. So yeah, you guys all look up and you see Daxori walk in and give us...
I would nod back.
Yep, and Alexander gives a soft nod back as you guys recognize her arriving, and she sits down at the table near you guys. And it's at this point that Spitwick recognizes... actually, no. You know what? Because he was waiting, Spitwick could have fallen asleep. And so you hear Dax, as you walk in, you see Spitwick with his little gnome head on the table. He looks like he's drunk. He's not. He doesn't have a tankard anywhere near him or a flask or anything. But you see drool coming out of his little gnome mouth as he's snoring on the table.
Is he at the table with everyone else?
He's at the table with everyone else. Yes.
Okay, then. Yeah. Just because it's Spitwick and she likes terrorizing Spitwick, before she sits down, she's gonna go shake Spitwick awake.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you just walk. I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. You just walk up and you just give him a good. Do you grab him with both arms and really just jostle him, or do you just kind of take one arm and just kind of try to shake him?
No, I take both my hands and just give him a real good shake.
Do you pick him up when you do this? This is a horrible
yes.
image, and I'm gonna state this, but
yes.
Like a person shaking a baby,
Yes.
Okay.
She picks Spitwick up and shakes him.
Okay, so you guys are sitting there, and Dax walks in, sits, looks over, sees Spitwick, stands up, walks to Spitwick, and before anybody can say anything, she grabs him with both arms, picks him up in the air, and just starts violently shaking him to try to get him to wake up. And what are you doing? Put me down!
So once Spitwick is awake, she is gonna put him down before going to go back to take a seat by herself.
Do you put him back in his chair, or you put him on the ground?
No, put him back in his chair.
So you put him in the chair, and he's a gnome. So obviously he's very small, the chair is very big, so he's standing in the chair. And as you put him there, he is wobbling, like he is now dizzy. And where's my dice?
Terrorizer. Damn.
Oh man, I rolled a 10. That doesn't help me. All right, I need to roll
You
again.
didn't-
It's literally middle of the road. That
Welcome
doesn't
to
help.
our world.
Okay, there we go. I rolled a 2.
Dice shall tell a story.
Yeah, well,
today.
the 10 didn't tell me anything. I re-rolled. So he's sitting in the chair, and he's trying to keep his balance from all the shaking, and his left foot hits the edge of the chair and slips, and he falls onto the ground. So everybody just watch this happen. Spitwick has just slipped out of the chair. He's on the ground. He's dusting himself off. He looks up at Dax, and he just looks fuming mad as he looks up at Dax. Like his face, because he's a gnome. If he wasn't frowning a horrible frown, his cheeks are so red that you'd think he was like a jolly little elf. But he's obviously not. He's very upset. Dusts himself.
She just looks at him and gives like her shoulders like a shrug.
Basil's not going to say anything, but he is just going to kind of give a little smirk, looking down at his flask, or his not a flask, the pint that was left on the table from the last 3 that he had.
Okay, and you're sitting at the table with Spitwick like this. You're with everybody else.
Basil would have eventually stopped moping and at least sat with everybody else.
So in that case, I want you to do me a favor real quick. I want you to roll me a d20, and Daxori, I want you to roll me a perception check.
Me roll a d20?
Yep, I just want you to roll
Just
a straight d20.
flat roll?
Yep, flat roll. And then Dax, I want you to roll me perception.
Okay then.
What the fuck?
Well.
That's okie
that's-
dokie then.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I was basically what I was doing for you guys' clarity is if Dax's perception beat the flat roll from Basil, she noticed the smirk. But with a nat 20, I'll basically leave it up to you because the nat 20, I'll let you fully decide. Would Dax see you smirk, or would you try to hide it?
He wasn't necessarily trying to hide it. He was just gave a smirk as she walked up and just shook him and set him back down. He's just smirking at his glass in front of him.
Okay, so if you're not trying to hide it with that nat 20, and you decide that you're not hiding it, Dax with a 15, it's still a good roll. So I'll let you decide if you want to see it. If Dax would have seen Basil react to that, because obviously we know that there was some tension there the night previous.
She would see it, but she wouldn't care.
Okay, fair enough. So anyways, this just happened. Spitwick dusts himself off, climbs back up on the chair, and he looks at the whole group, and he's now avoiding eye contact with Dax. And he plants his 2 tiny gnome hands on the table, and he leans forward, and he furrows his brow, and he's looking deeply at Keeg, who's sitting basically right across the table from. What happened to the plans, Grims? And Grims kind of. I don't rightly know, actually. What do you mean you don't know? I mean, and he's like stuttering over himself, like he's starting to sweat a little bit. He looks a little nervous. Someone stole him. And then Spitwick kind of leans back around and he goes, I knew that. Her. And he looks at the rest of you guys, trying to get information from you all.
Upon Dax hearing that the plans were stolen, she would pick her head up immediately and
Same.
like you would see that she'd be pissed.
That's fair.
Same.
Basil would give his 2 cents of there was smoke, it was very fast, done in the blink of an eye, and all gone. Before that, there were some thugs at the warehouse.
Spitwick looks at you and says, what do you mean? Do you mean, what kind
Basil
of
would
thugs?
Basil would pull out the red scarf that he had taken and set it on the table.
Spitwick, he tries to lean for it, and it's too far from where, like, you just put it on the table, and he can't reach it, so he scurries up on the table and tries to, like, belly crawl across the table, grabs the scarf, and then tries to belly crawl back.
I just imagine Spitwick doing baby grabby hands.
Pretty much,
Can,
yeah.
can I actually, as he like try to reach and doesn't reach, can I cast prestidigitation to make a small puff of wind to like move it towards him instead of him having to climb the table?
Absolutely, you can. As he starts to like sigh, you do this, and this gust of wind comes through the room very quickly, and you see the scarf brought up in the wind. It swirls around for a quick second, and then it just glides over to Spitwick and rests in his hand. And he grabs it, and he just kind of like, thank you. And he doesn't know who did it. Actually, what you have done been noticeable to him? Would he have seen that you did it, or been more of like it just happened?
It has vocal and somatic components, so yes, I would have had to say words and move hands.
Perfect.
But I would wink at him regardless of whether or not he'd notice or not.
So then he looks at you, winks back, thank you, and he stands back in the chair again, standing, not sitting. And he looks at the scarf, and you see one of his little bushy eyebrows raise up slightly. Did these thugs have anything else that made them stand out?
The smoke bomb?
No, the thugs with the scarf. Unless
Leather hoods.
Yeah, they had a smoke bomb.
You've met the low hoods.
Met, yes.
They're Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Would Dax have anything like that she could throw on her table?
What do you mean?
Like, is there anything on her table that she would be able to pick up and kind of throw?
I see what you mean. Because she's sitting at the table next to them. Let me see here. There is, let's say, well, all the tables have a small, like a candlestick in the middle. Not like a candelabra, but like a candlestick that would hold a singular candle. So there'd be probably a wooden, well, no, actually probably like a pewter candlestick in the middle that looks kind of rusted and kind of worn and weathered. There might be, there'd probably be an empty tankard left over from the many that Basil had probably consumed or others. So I'd say there's at least one empty tankard and then a pewter candlestick. That the candle is not lit and is very melted.
Okay. Is Basil sitting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she's gonna take the empty pint and throw it, not necessarily at Basil, but above his head.
What the candlestick? Or the
you said there's an empty tankard, like an empty pint glass there, right?
Oh, pint. I thought you said pipe. My apologies.
Yeah, no. She's gonna take like the empty pint and kind of throw it at Basil above his head.
Basil would be unmoved, so let's see how this goes, I guess.
Okay. Real quick, Jesse, what's up?
I just thought of something that I don't know if I thought of it last session or if I didn't.
Okay.
But it totally makes sense from the check it. So the guys in the alleyway that we saw, that me and Dax saw, were wearing all the same shit.
So, okay. So
one of the guys at the warehouse got away by jumping into the water. Mm-hmm. So do I need to make it some sort of roll, or can I remember if any of the guys we saw was wet?
I'll tell you. Well, okay. So you want to see if any of the people that you saw were wet?
Yeah, like drenched, basically, like as if got nothing water.
We will do well, history would technically be the correct. History could be a thing. It might be more perception. Go ahead and do me a roll of perception. That makes sense to me. It's kind of a retroactive perception, but roll a perception check for me.
All right.
Okay. You don't really remember from that distance. You couldn't really make out much. I will say I will reiterate what I said last time, which was Dax and Alexander. You both noticed that the individuals you saw in the alley were far enough away that you couldn't make out any details. Beyond the fact that they were two figures, they were humanoid in stature and height and build. They were not very tall, not very short, pretty medium, normal size. They were both very, like, you couldn't make out any details. They're basically silhouettes. What you did see is that one looked more male than female, and the other looked more female than male. And one of them had displayed some form of a scrolled up parchment of some kind, stuck it under their cloak.
I didn't mean those guys specifically. I meant because there was a group of them around the orc as well. Like, there was a bunch of them. I meant those guys. Yeah.
I got you. Okay. So when you got, I'm gonna keep the same perception roll because that particular scenario happened very quick for you guys, and it was basically Dax running in, doing something very erratic, and then running out, and then the entire group chasing her, and then it was a foot chase. So you guys wouldn't have seen. I mean, even with that 14, Dax, you would not really have noticed if any of them were wet. And so you wouldn't really be able to tell anything of that kind of correlation with that particular group. But that's a good idea.
Just I'm sure we still recognize that they were wearing the same outfits, right?
Yes, you did. You 100% know that the group that chased you through the alleys was in fact low hoods. So you do know that.
Cool.
Yep, that is
All
confirmed.
right, thank you.
Yep. Yep. So, does anyone else have any questions real quick before I keep going? I don't want to overtalk people, so I want to make sure people get to say what they need to say. All right, cool. So, so Dax has just picked up this tankard and just chucked it full force, and it goes right above. Actually, you know what? I want Dax. Okay, Dax, I want you to roll an attack roll at disadvantage because I want to see if that you can avoid hitting Basil instead of trying to hit Basil.
An unarmed attack?
Yeah, just do unarmed. We'll call it that. Since I know you're throwing something, but you're not really using a weapon per se. So,
as the tavern brawler, it would technically kind of fall under unarmed because it is a improvised weapon.
True. Good point. Although, but she's throwing something at you, so she's rolling the attack.
I know. But throwing an improvised weapon is still basically a flat roll when it comes to it, instead of any. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, go ahead and roll me one more time because you rolled a 6, but go ahead and roll in at disadvantage to see if you can avoid hitting him. Okay, so yeah, so the 6. So, and then what's your I assume your AC Basil is much higher than a 6.
It's a
Base
16.
8, so yes.
Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of flipping the script because normally she's trying to miss him, or well, actually, let me ask: were you trying to miss him or were you trying to hit him?
No, I was trying to miss him.
Okay. So because you rolled a 6 instead, and because at a disadvantage, you do actually clip the side of his head, and it doesn't. It's just a wooden tankard, so it's not going to do any damage to Basil. But Basil, you just had a tankard smack the side of your head. It left a good thwomp when it hit you.
I'm not going to argue because that was probably deserved.
She
grabs his tankard and finishes. What
wow, I was not expecting that. Okay.
She looks at him and be like, "I blame all of this on you."
Like I said before, I'll take what's coming to me.
Spitwick kind of puts his little tiny hands up to try to stop you two, and it's like Dax, you're standing up and Basil's sitting, but even with that, the hands don't go anywhere in your line of sight. It's not like he can get between you two, but he just holds it. Wow, let's curl it. And you have to look down to see him doing this, obviously.
She would look down at him and like furrow her eyebrows, basically like, if you don't stay out of this, I'm gonna punch you.
And he actually looks a little concerned. He kind of takes like a half step back in the chair, obviously trying not to fall. He's like,
listen, what else can you tell me about who stole this? Because listen, lowhoods are not smart. They're a blunt instrument. They are brutish and stupid and violent, yes, but they're not fast enough to pull off something like what you just described. You said smoke, you said fast. How many of them were there that stole from you? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4?
I couldn't see through the smoke as they came through the alleyways. But back at the warehouse, they say they had an employer.
And you see him stroking his very medium length for a gnome, but pointed brownish chestnut-colored beard.
Huh. Well, I can tell you this: if it was lowhoods that stole from you, they wouldn't have done it fast and quick like that, like sneaky. They would have surrounded you with 20 of them and beat it out of you senselessly. So, I hate to say it, I don't think the lowhoods stole from you.
I mean, they tried at the boathouse.
They tried to take it from Keeg, and we stopped them. Outside of the warehouse, I'm with him. I don't think it was lowhoods that stole from us there.
Yeah, I think we need to see Cassivus. I think he might have an idea about this. He knows that there's other parties interested in these plans, as you all know, but lowhoods seem odd, because, like I said, they're not... They don't have ambitions. They're just thugs. They just want money. So something else is at play here in regards to that, and whoever stole from you wasn't lowhood. There's no way.
At this point, Merrick would chime in. Is there a chance that they've been hired by someone else, not a member of their group?
I mean, it's very likely. They work for the highest bidder. I mean, in a manner of speaking, they're not known for taking contracts. They're known for just doing whatever the hell they want. But it wouldn't shock me if someone with enough coin came along and offered them a gig. They would probably take it, but I honestly don't know. They'd have to. They take orders from their leaders though, so it'd have to be someone higher up that's doing the hiring, and the ordering.
Myself and Dax, as he looks at her, we were on our way here when we came across a group of them, and there was someone else. There was, I think, a half orc, an orc, I'm not sure, that definitely didn't seem like their type. And let's say some stuff went down, a bunch of them split off, but after that, basically out of nowhere, there were two more. They were stealthy. I don't know if they're part of the outfit, but it's three individuals that are definitely better at whatever it is they're doing than the low hoods were. And I do remember, I think the two shadowy figures, they did pass some sort of a parchment to the orc who seemed to be their leader, so maybe they were the one who stole it from you.
As you've been relaying this, Spitwick has been watching you, and as you give more information and details, you notice his brow will furrow, and then an eyebrow go up, and then he'll kind of stroke his beard a bit, and then he'll kind of put his fingers on his chin and think for a second. And you can see he's just taking all this information and thinking.
Interesting. Something's at play here. I'm not 100% sure, but I guess Castivus is going to know these things for sure. He's been around longer than I have. I would suggest we go back to him and let him know what's going on, and he's probably going to have some inclination as to who's behind this.
I mean, if we're playing story time, we may as well have a full audience.
I have a few loose ends I'd like to do before we go talk to him, if that's okay, or I can meet you later.
You have some things. What are you gonna do?
And he kind of squints at you a little bit.
Well, one, and unrelated, I need to go check that Smith down the dockway. Took some equipment to him. And second, there's someone I need to go talk to at a guard station. I look at Keeg. What was the nearest one from your warehouse?
Keeg kind of looks a little taken aback by that, and and he kind of scratches the top of his head a little bit. I mean, I believe there's a guard station just south of there, further into the city, maybe a couple of streets down, maybe a 5-10 minute walk. They might have taken him there, if that's what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Who are you going to speak to?
Spitwick kind of interjects.
A captured low hood.
Why do you want to go speak to him?
To see if he'll keep up my end of the bargain. Or his end of the bargain.
Spitwick raises an eyebrow and looks around at the rest of the group, and he kind of leans towards who would be sitting immediately to his left, because Dax is kind of behind him. Basil, you're kind of forward to the right. Keeg is directly across from him. Who would be to his left? I'll let you guys pick.
I guess it would either be me or, let's see, Selena left-handed. Yeah, Selena would have her bag on the left.
Is Othwin still in the bag? Sorry, I don't mean to.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I was wondering which side of the bag would be. But yeah, Othwin would be on my left-hand side, which would be between me and him, I guess.
Okay. And Dragon, Othwin never got out of the bag to confirm?
No, she's still in the bag glaring at Spitwick.
That's right. I forgot. Othwin is not trusting of Spitwick right now. I forgot about that.
I just want to mention that when Basil did bring up the guard station, Merrick would raise his eyebrow at him and just clearly pay more attention from that point on.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So in that case, Spitwick would lean to his left, and it would be. Oh, hang on 1 second. Sorry, I'm getting a notice. Apparently, one of my Walmart orders is arriving. I'm not used to ordering online. Oh, never mind. They'll leave it at my door. Sweet. Okay, cool. So Spitwick kind of leans over to his left, kind of still maintaining eye contact with Basil. And since Talina, you'd be right there, he goes,
"Do you have any idea what he's talking about? What deal? Should I be concerned?"
No. I mean, yes, but no.
That was maddeningly unhelpful, but okay.
And he leans back.
As in, I know what they're talking about, and no, you shouldn't be concerned.
Oh, all right, fair enough.
All right, well, how about this? And he kind of glances outside, up towards the sky.
It's just now morning. Cassibus is as lazy as all can get out in the morning. He's still asleep, guaranteed. So, let's do this. How about when the sun is high midday, we'll meet at Cassibus's den, and we'll discuss this and figure out what happened and what the next steps are. You do what you have to do in the meantime, and I'll just meet you there. Does that sound fair?
Fair is fair.
But you have notes on how to get there.
And then Spitbit kind of goes,
Oh, that's right. All right, well then.
and you see him thinking,
How about instead we meet here at midday, and I'll take you to Cassibus's den. Is that better?
That'll work.
Very well.
and he climbs down off the chair, and as he turns around, Dax, have you moved at all, or are you standing right where you left off?
No, she would have sat back down and was kind of leaning back in her chair with her feet on the table.
Okay, so he gets down, turns around, and sees you, and he kind of does this immediate little recoil. It's now progressed from I'm angry with Dax all the time because she keeps messing with me to I'm genuinely scared of Dax now. And so he kind of does this little recoil, and he just kind of does this little crab walk to the right, and then just and scurries out of the building.
Good, that's what Dax wants.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, so
I
Spitwick has
hate
wandered
that I
off.
recognize that.
Yeah, there you go. Spitwick has wandered off into the day, and you guys have essentially, I mean, the sun has just come up, so it's like what 6-7 o'clock maybe at most in the morning, and he said midday, which is noon. So you've got a good healthy 6 hours at least. So you've got to meet back here. You have the next 6 or so hours are yours. What would you guys like to do?
Dax? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Basil would talk more to Keeg and either A, ask him to assist in directing him to the guard station, or B, give him like a directional map kind of deal.
Okay.
Because of course Basil's never been to that segment of the city.
Okay. Keeg would look at you and all right. How I'll do one better. I gotta check on my guys since they took him there. So how about I just take you? Is that all right?
Works with me.
All right. So Keeg is going to take Basil to the guard station. What does everybody else would like to do? And I'll basically try to do this simultaneously so we don't have a repeat of last week.
I'd probably walk up to Starbeard.
Okay.
Put some coin on the bar. Just pay for the table and grab my usual, and just head to the back room where basically my stage green room thing, whatever it's called.
Uh-huh.
And just take off my armor for a bit and just relax and lounge a bit. Because as an elf, I only need 4 hours of meditation.
Okay.
So hypothetically, I could grab a long rest.
Okay, yeah, you could. Do you want to do that? Do you want to have her go take a 4-hour rest?
Yes, please. I would
Okay.
like to meditate for
Okay.
the majority of the time. And Athwin could just chill in the bag. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, so let me jump to Athwin real quick. Athwin, you feel the bag start to jostle as Talina starts to pick you up. Do you hop out of the bag, or do you stay with Talina?
I'm gonna hop out of the bag,
Okay.
and while holding stick, she's going to follow Basil and what's his face.
And Keeg, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Basil, Keegan, and Althwin will make their way to the guard station. Talina is going to go rest, so Talina excuses herself, gets up and walks into the back room, and she goes. And so, Tyrope, you can check yourself off as a long rest, but you're out of this until basically we meet back up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Grigor, what are you doing?
Or would be heading toward the smithy.
Okay. So do you just excuse yourself and wander off?
Yep.
Okay. So do you announce to anybody where you're going, or you just get up quietly and leave?
I get up quietly and leave.
Okay. So Grigor just quietly gets up, nods everybody, and walks off, and you have no idea where you just went. Okay. Last but not least, we have Alexander and Dax. What are you two doing?
Well, Alexander would definitely kind of facial expression, I guess, signal to Dax at around the points that they mentioned the guard station. Because he thinks, or I'm gonna say first, but like I think that we both want the same thing in this scenario. So we should probably come. He doesn't say that, but like he's just kind of so going to pay attention to it. And when Basil gets up to go there, Merrick would follow.
Would he tag along, or would he be trailing at a distance?
He would tag along.
Okay. All right. So Alexander, Othwin, Basil, and Keeg will wander off to the guard station. Daxori, what are you doing?
That is a good question. She'll tag along, but she's not gonna walk like with the group. She's just going to she's gonna be a little bit behind the group.
Okay. So basically, to understand this correctly, everybody is going to the guard station with Keeg, except for Grieger's gone to the smithy and Talina is taking a long rest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So
Just to confirm, are the rest of us long rest up to this point?
no, everybody's a short rest up to this point.
Everyone's only short rested. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, because Talina
Hells,
only needs
man.
4 hours. If you guys, I will say this. If anybody needs and or wants a long rest before you guys meet up, I will allow you guys, because you have been just kind of relaxing most of this time and you haven't been doing anything strenuous. If you want to carry that over into a long rest and meet back up here at the Lucky Tankard at high noon, I will give you a long rest if you basically just have your person go to rest right now and everybody else goes to do their stuff. If you guys want to do that, it'll make sense time-wise. If you guys like, all right, cool, we have our thing, I'll be back up here in a few hours, I'm going to go take a nap. If anybody would like to do that, you are more than welcome to do so. I'm going to take the resounding silence as a no.
I'm going to regret this later, but no.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yes, the other caster.
The reason I was
wants
confirming is
slots too.
because, yeah, the bunch of us spellcasters, we're out of spell slots, and we can't do otherwise unless we do the long rest. And so, since I'm not doing it, I keep going.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
Basil's
it's
down to 1 rage, so I'm also gonna be hurt after this if that's the case.
I mean, it's up to you guys. Like, if a you guys are absolutely allowed to have a long rest right now if you guys would like, and it would put you at high noon, basically midday, and you just meet back up the Spitwick. Or if you guys want to keep wandering and stuff, but it's you guys. The option is there. It's not going to be like, I will tell you straight up. You guys doing that is not going to be a huge detriment. Like, if you guys would like to do that, go for it.
I don't know if I would consider the long rest part of going to the guard station to check on this guy.
Nope.
So yeah.
Yeah, you're basically you'd be trading a long rest for going to the guard station.
And I'm already set in stone is what I'm doing. So
okay. I just want to make doubly certain is all. Okay. So so Talina has gotten up, excused herself, and she wanders off to the back room to go rest. Grigor just gets up, nods, and walks off, and you see him wander off. And so Grigor, you basically are going down towards the smithy, which is the same smithy that Dax and Basil visited the day prior. And it is called, because I totally remember what it was called. It was, I believe it was Zorgrim's Armory, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Hang on. Shoot, hang on. I gotta check my notes. I actually genuinely do not remember which when you guys went to.
is it in my note?
It might be. It should be in your notes because you dropped off a thing there. Why am I not seeing this in my notes?
Notes.
Well, there you go. I didn't write down which one you went to, so let me secondly look at my stores here. I'm pretty sure it's that one.
I don't know why I can't figure out how to open up my other vault.
I mean, we could also just
Obsidian.
agree that it's that one now.
Yeah, it is. It
Written
is.
on it. Yeah.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure, but yeah, it is. So yeah. So Grigor. Go ahead.
I've got the name of the smithy armory that we went to.
Which one?
Zorgrim's
Yep.
Armory.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool, perfect, fantastic. So yeah, so you wander off to the east, further down the the waterfront, and you know where this is, having worked not far from there over at the Glimmer's Curie Emporium. And you walk in, and it's the you've been here before, so it's the very dimly lit, but kind of quaint armory with all different sorts of basic weaponry and different kinds of leather and metal armor kind of strewn along the walls and whatnot. And as you walk in, you notice there's the sound of ching, ching, ching coming from the back of someone working on an anvil. But as you walk in and you take a couple of steps towards the counter, you hear the ching, and you hear it stop, and then something set down here. And in walks a very rugged-looking dwarf, the same dwarf that they met previously. Just, looks very... he looks a lot older than Stoutbeard that you know from the Lucky Tankard. He obviously has that much older look to him. And he kind of gets...
Well, what can I do for you?
I'm looking to buy a new dagger.
A new dagger? Anything special or just a regular one?
One that's good for throwing.
A throwing dagger. All right. Let me see here.
All right, give me a second. I don't have that exactly pulled up in front of me. One moment, please. Oh, poop nuggets. Perfect. I love Google sometimes. So Zorgrim walked back. He returns, and he's got a little wooden case in his hands, and he's holding it with both hands, and he sets it up on the counter. And it's a very nice wooden box with some metal hinges on it. And he reaches to the front, and he has a little clasp, and he unhooks the clasp, and he opens it. And as the case opens, there's 4 daggers laid out in front of you. One looks very ornate. It looks almost ceremonial. It's got etching on the blade. It has a slight curve. It looks very what you might think is like Middle Eastern, kind of that like that curved blade with a very ornate handle with a jewel on the pommel. It has etching on it. There's one next to it that looks very similar, but doesn't have any of the etching. And then there's 2 others that are just very straight blades. They're made very well. Their blades come to a very distinct point. They're sharp on both sides, and by your keen eye of weaponry, you recognize that these 2 are throwing daggers. And they look relatively the same, just one has a leather-wrapped handle, the other has a wooden handle. And he shows them, says,
well, these 2 over here are much nicer. They're not quite good for throwing, so I wouldn't recommend those. But these 2 here are standard daggers that have a good weight to them, so you could throw them quite well. They're weighted right, and they're very well balanced. Those go for, this one here is 2 gold, and this one, is also 2 gold.
So it's 2 gold apiece.
I'll take both.
Oh, both then. All right. Well, 4 gold, and they're yours, sir.
Would hand him the 4 gold.
Okay. And he holds his big clunky dwarf hand out with the stubby, meaty fingers, and takes the gold and he cups them in his hand and clasps his fingers shut.
It's a pleasure doing business with you, good sir. They're all yours.
And he pockets the gold in his little pouch on his hip. And go. Yep, there you go. So you can add 2 more daggers to your inventory and check off 4 gold. There. Now I have a dagger price in case I forget it. Cool. So we're going to jump back over to the rest of the group. The rest of the group, you guys, hello, group 2. You guys have just left the tankard, and Keeg is walking you west back along the riverfront, and then you see him make a left onto a street. You have not gone down yet, but it takes you south further into the city. At this point, I'm just going to go ahead and assume you are all following. If at any point you would like to do something in the midst of you following, interrupt me. So Keeg is walking you in a kind of southeastern or southwestern sort of direction, and you feel you're in part of the city you've not been in recently, or at least before, and you're making your way through a short walk, which is now south of where the shipwright building is, roughly. He winds through a few streets. He's not making any sort of brisk pace. It's very much just kind of a casual, leisurely walk, but he's not exactly taking his time. And you pass through various streets, and you recognize that Riverside is a very nice district. I mean, it's nothing like ornate or fancy, but the district feels very welcoming. You feel yourself get away further from the river, so you're now more of it's a city, it's a town. and people walking by. You pass a couple little open air markets, things like that. There's children playing here and there, and people shouting from rooftop to rooftop of hey, can I borrow something? And just it's a very alive town, but it doesn't feel threatening in any kind of capacity. As you make your way further into the city, you notice that the buildings start to get a little bit older. So you can tell that the city has over time expanded northwards from some central sort of point, and so the buildings are getting a little bit older as you get further south. It's just before you get to back up. Essentially, what's happening is I'm going to go ahead and move you so you guys should be able to see this. I believe you guys all should just snap there. Essentially, what ends up happening is as you guys are further into the city, you see this great big staircase in front of you. And at this point, the only one of you who has seen these staircases before, more than likely, is going to be Merrick. And there's this very large, very well-carved stone staircase that cuts into this very tall cliff that goes up the cliff and up to the upper levels of the city. And for those of you who have not been this far into the district yet, you've discovered that the way that this city was built is it was built on a hilltop, and it slowly moved its way north towards the water. And as they did so, they obviously had to go over these different ridges and these elevation changes. And so they had these very large stone staircases that were built. And it's just at the base of that staircase that there is a simple stone structure that looks like a fortification. It's not very big. It's not ornate. It's just a big gray square, basically, with a tower essentially inside of it. And the tower is maybe 3 stories tall. It's not very big. And it's a very simple little guard station. At this point, you guys have seen these scattered around Riverside. It's only about 2 or 3 of them in Riverside. But this is the southernmost one that's basically at the foot of this staircase that brings you up to the upper city, which would include like the central market, the residential district, things like that. And so as you approach the guardhouse, in front of it, you see 2 of the city guards. And the city guards in Daroon wear... I'm going to make this up on the fly. They are wearing essentially a deep, like, it's not navy blue. It's more like a... I think of the color name. I can't think of the name. It's blue, but it's almost like a slate blue. Like it's almost gray, but it's got a nice, good blue sheen to it. And they're wearing these blue trousers with a blue shirt underneath a leather what's the word? Breastplate. But it's not metal. It's leather. And then they do have some like a copper metal pauldron set. And you notice that something that you've noticed for anyone. Let's see. Who's been in the city in this group? Merrick, you've been here for a while, so you would know this.
Basil was working in the docks.
Basil would probably not know this, but at least it would look kind of ish. Daxori, you wouldn't know this. And then Othwin, you would definitely not know this. Grigor would be the only one to really know it, but he's not here. What you've discovered, Alexander and Basil, to a point, is that depending on their rank or their seniority, the pauldrons is what comes into play. So if someone is of higher status, their pauldrons have a different design or a little bit bigger. If they're of lower status, they either have a very simple pauldron or they don't have pauldrons at all. And so you notice that at the doorway to this guard station, one of them does not have pauldrons at all, and the other has one pauldron on their left shoulder, indicating that he is a higher rank than the other. But just 2 of them standing there. They do not wear helmets. These guards, basically, which is odd, but being in front of the guard shack, it's just, this is essentially all they do. And it's not... Daroon is not the coolest of cities. It's a little warm. Like, it's not hot, but it's a little warm. And so, it makes sense they wouldn't wear helmets because it would be pretty hot. And so, blue shirt, blue pants. They have the brown leather vest. They have the sort of like copperish looking metallic pauldron if they're wearing any. And they both have a simple spear that they're holding in one hand as they're kind of guarding the door, and then they have a short sword on their hip. That's essentially it. And so, as you approach the guard station, and Keeg is leading the walk here. He stops before he gets up to the guard station. He looks at Basil and says, "You sure you want to do this?"
I just want to make sure that he keeps up his end if he does want to talk at all.
All right, we'll give it a shot. And so Keeg kind of takes a bit of a deep breath and rubs the back of his neck and kind of turns towards the 2 guards and takes a couple steps forward. And of course, as expected, both guards lower their spears to form a little gate basically in front of Keeg to block the doorway towards the guard station. Halt! And of course, expected. And Keeg kind of sighs and rolls his eyes and says, Yeah. Listen, me and my friends here need to speak with one of your prisoners. My employees brought him to y'all last night, middle of the night. And the guards kind of look at each other and, are you Keeg? Yeah, that's me. Your men are inside. They wanted to wait for you. Figured you'd come by. Oh, all right. That's kind of surprising. All right, can we go in? And they kind of look at Keeg and they seem like they're a little at ease, and then look at the rest of you, and both their eyebrows almost simultaneously just go boop. And the other one, who are your friends? And this is the one speaking has the pauldron on his left shoulder. And he's looking at all of you guys as he says this.
Basil, not trying to hide anything of the sort and just trying to get on with the day. I go by Basil Versk.
Interesting. And the rest of you, who are you? What? Cat's got your tongue?
Dax would look at them, being like, "You just want our name?"
And the one who was speaking, who was just talking to Basil, looks over at you, and as he does, you see him like ever so slightly. He does a very almost just like he can't control his instinct to just slightly recoil because of the glowing hair. Like he looks directly at the fire on your head, and he kind of does. Yes, name will do. What are you?
None of your concern is what I am.
I'm just gonna say this: when Dax talked, Basil did not expect her to be following them, so he's just gonna like side eye over his shoulder real quick. Like, you were here?
And he looks you over a bit. He looks at his buddy, and they look at Keeg, and Keeg just goes. He just kind of shrugs, and they look back. Very well. What is your name?
Backstory.
Interesting. And he turns to the rest of you all. So he's got he's looked at Basil, he's looked at Dax, and then he looks over, and his eyes catch a little Othwin on the ground. And he goes, "What the? By the gods, I don't think I've ever seen anything like you except fluttering around in the air. What are you?"
Well, what? Othwood not knowing why anyone else stopped, because all she knows is their buildings. You can walk in the buildings. So as everyone was talking, she just kept walking.
Oh, so she went underneath them.
Yeah, she wasn't.
Okay.
Like,
roll me a stealth check with advantage because they're distracted.
This is where Burb comes in handy. Because
for those of you who don't know, Othwin is not a full-size elf. Othwin is maybe 2 feet tall on a good day. You get advantage.
So with advantage?
Yes, with advantage because they're distracted.
Okay.
They were looking, especially with Dax's bright red hair and the fact that this particular guard apparently has never seen a tiefling before. There you go. So yeah,
15 feels a little better.
Yep. So while they're talking to, all right. So we're gonna while he's talking to Basil and to Dax, Burb do Burb things and just kind of and just wanders right underneath both of them. And so this is funny. All right. So the guard shack. There is no. It's not like a big set of doors, right? During the daytime, the doors are. There's a. Not a door. It's a. My gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? Is it a palace? Not a palisade.
Gate.
It's a gate, but it's the kind that goes up and down. But there's a name for it.
Drawbridge.
No, drawbridge is like a physical, like a bridge. But there's
Portcullis.
Portcullis. Thank you. I knew it was a p word. The portcullis is up during the day, so you just walk into this guard station. And the guard station is not very big. It's basically a walled-off square made of very heavy stone. And the angle of the outside of the guard shack is at an angle, so it's not straight up, but it's not angled enough that you could climb up it. On the inside, it's just basically straight up, and there's like there's a catwalk that goes around the edge of the guard station so that you can get up on top of the wall. It's maybe the whole thing is maybe 100 feet by 100 feet. It's not very big. The inside of the walled-in area that you've just walked into, you quickly make out is just basically a dirt patch all the way around. It's not messy, it's not muddy, it's just dirt all the way around. In the middle is another stone building that's about 3 stories tall, straight up, and at the top, again, square. There's no rounding here. It's all straight edges. And it goes 3 stories up, and then it has a simple like lip around the top of it, so you can tell there's like some sort of wall at the or some sort of catwalk at the top of this little tower. It's basically like a little mini castle. Is the best way to think about it. It's a little itty bitty castle, and there's a few guards that are kind of walking around in there, but it's like 2 guards on the inside that are just like walking to and fro. And then you can see very quickly that there's about one guard on each side. So there's one on they're on opposite ends of the guard station, kind of walking along the edge of the catwalk up top. And yeah, you just walked in and you see them walking around, and they don't notice you because you're just a little burb that just seems to be wandered in. So while you've wandered in, we're gonna go back to the group. So the guards didn't see the burb at all. They look over to what would be, let's see who's left in this group. They look over to Alexander, and who are you, good sir?
I just introduce myself straight. I say Alexander Merrick, and I say it with kind of the type of confidence where I would somewhat expect them to know me, because I am a noble, so I kind of talk like to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose, but
so you
kind
say
of
with a sense of
high
nobility.
class, just introduce myself. Yeah.
Okay. So, and the way you say it, you know what? Roll me a persuasion. Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Persuade them that I am who I am.
Yeah.
No, I succeed.
Holy mother of... Okay, wow. So yeah, so when you say your name, for some reason, the one with no pauldron stands at attention. Just like you see him straighten up immediately. And the other one looks at him with a strange reaction, and then he looks at you and looks at him, and then he just goes, "Oh, well, clearly this guy's a man of importance," and he straightens up as well. "Oh, pleasure to see you, sir. Well, all right." And the two of them move their crossed spears and unbar the way for you guys to walk in. And for some reason, they believe you're someone of some stature, and so they immediately feel like they need to stand at attention. And yeah, the way is now open, and as Keeg goes, "Well, thank you," and it starts to walk in through the open entrance, and he kind of looks back and kind of motions for you all to follow, and he walks towards Othwin, who, Othwin, when you walked in, what were you doing? Did you just keep walking, or did you turn around to see where your friends were?
She thought they were behind her, so she kept walking.
Okay.
She has no idea where she's going.
Okay, so does little Othwin try to explore the very small grounds, or does she try to walk to the little tower?
She's exploring and walking toward the tower at roughly the same time, but she keeps getting distracted by everything in there.
There's not a lot in here, but if you want to roll an investigation check, we'll see what she can see. Okay, so with that roll, as she looks around, as the group is slowly walking in, Othwin sees there's some barrels off to her left that she starts to scurry towards and look in and around. There's not really much there. And then there's a couple bags that look like they're full of some sort of like food or something. And she goes over there. Before she gets there, she sees that there's like a couple of crates over by the guard tower that are just stacked up. And she gets over there and so she's just kind of moving between these very innocuous objects looking for shinies because they're there. But because she's getting distracted from object to object, she doesn't really find anything. Because it's nothing that's just laying about. You'd have to to put that in perspective, you'd have to open any one of these things to actually find something. So as she does this, I'll leave it up to you if she goes back to any of those three objects to try to investigate further. But essentially, to put it into a mental image, it's the yard of some sort of fortified area. So there's no loose articles anywhere. It's relatively well kept, except for the fact that it's kind of a matted dirt, a very compacted dirt all the way around. And it was just basically some barrels, some boxes, and some bags, you would picture a bag of flour. And they're all about 10 or so feet from each other. They're not just all piled together. And as little Othwin is investigating these things, Keeg is walking into the fortification, and I assume, unless anyone has anything different, that they are all following.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you guys walk into the fortification, you see little Othwin scurrying about these very innocuous objects. And Keeg just continues to walk straight through the middle of this yard towards the guard station in the middle. And the guard building in the middle, like I said, is basically just a big concrete square. And it's probably about... I'm trying to think. It's probably anywhere from 30 or so feet wide by 30 or so. It's not a very big building. But it's 30 by 30, give or take, right? It's not very big. And he walks up to the door, and there's no guard there because you're already inside. And so he grabs the latch on the door and pulls and walks inside. Do you guys follow him?
Vassal's still following.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
All right, Othwin, you look up briefly, and you do see your friends have now entered and are walking through the yard towards the guard the guard building at this point. Do you go over and follow them, or do you continue your little search?
Yes, she'll notice them and finally turn around and follow.
Okay. So she gives up her pursuit for these random items, and she joins the group. And you all walk into this guard station, and it's exactly what you expect on the inside. It is basically just stone walls and makes a very perfect square. And the ground floor that you just walked in on, the roof is about it's not very low. It's a decent height roof. It's probably about 8 feet tall as far as this roof is concerned. And as you walk in, there is some let's see how I want to do this. There are a couple of cots on the left-hand side that are stacked. It's those double-stacked cots, so it's like a bunk bed, essentially. There's a few of those on your left. There's not very many, but you can tell based on quick examination, this probably is where the guys sleep for, like, the day shift or whatever. In the to the far right, there's a big, long table with some chairs around it. And then in the back, you can see that there's a set of stairs, very steep set of stairs that go up into the ceiling, which the ceiling is made of wood. And then there's also a like a hatch that would be closed that's opposite those stairs to the left. So basically, from where you're standing, the stairs are back and to the right, and they go straight up. And then the hatch on the ground is all the way to the back and straight to the left. So they're basically opposite forms of each other, but the hatch is open, and you can tell there's some sort of staircase that goes down underneath the building. And the stairs going down look about as steep as the other ones. But before you can get there, a guard is standing in the room, and he's talking to another guard that's sitting at the table. And they both look up and look at you, and they both raise their eyebrows and say, can we help you with something?
Basil will turn to Keeg and be like,
Go ahead.
"It was
Do your
men
thing,
that
mate."
brought- It was your men that brought him here. We're just trying to find where he's at."
Keith goes, all right. Yeah, my employees, should have been about 4 of them, came in late last night and brought an unconscious man to y'all to put in your stockade. Do you still have them around here? Oh, the men came last night, yeah. And the one sitting down stands up and looks at you, and he looks a little more put together. And this one has 2 pauldrons, one on each shoulder. But again, very simple kind of copper. There's no fancy ornate symbols. There's no markers to indicate any sort of rank beyond just there's 2 pauldrons. And yeah, they are downstairs in the stockhold. Follow me. And he turns around and he walks to the back of the building. Listen, I am running out of accents, okay? You guys I was not expecting you guys to meet a bunch of guards, so I'm working on the fly here. And
999.
they're all making comments in Discord. Oh no, it's the German.
Of course they are. Anyways.
So anyways, he gets up and he just kind of motions to you guys to follow him, and he goes to the back and he takes a left and he starts climbing down the stairs that go beneath the room that you're in. And they're a pretty steep staircase, but it's perfectly. It's not like you're gonna fall. It's very much you can go down these stairs. Would everybody follow, or would anybody stay behind?
Basil's still following.
Okay. Everybody else?
I just gotta finish yawning. Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah, Dax is following too.
Okay.
Following.
Okay.
I can only imagine how uncomfy Dax feels being inside of this building.
She's there for one purpose and one purpose only.
Oh, I bet. And I'll say this: the room. This doesn't feel. This feels very like it feels clean. It feels like they, for some bizarre reason, take pride in their guard station, and it's got torches. There is light coming from a few slits in like near the roof line inside this room where light is coming in. So it's decently well lit. It's clean. It's not unkept. It's not dank and drippy. It feels weird. Like, it feels like you walked into what should be like a very menacing presence, and it's like, oh, it's just a very bland stone room. Cool. Okay. And so anyways, he leads you down these stairs, but this is where things change. As you go down the stairs, you're now in a much darker room that's only lit by torchlight. It's not as clean. The stones have some little water puddles forming in between where the stones connect. It's kind of more dank feel down here. As you hear the other guard walking around above you, you hear the creaks on the floorboards on right above you. And as you enter this room, you recognize this is the stockade. This is where the holding cells are. And there's several cells that have been constructed out of some sort of steel or metal bars that create these little squares. And when you come down there, you can see a couple of squares. Maybe there's 2 and 2 on each side of the room. And your men, Keeg's men, I should say, sorry, are off to what? What?
I'm sorry. It's just you told that to yourself.
Well, I was saying your men, like
I
the
get
group,
you.
but yeah. Keeg's men are off to the left, and they're sitting on sitting around a simple little table in the corner, and they're playing some sort of game with dice. They're rolling dice on the table and just kind of chatting to themselves very casually. Over in the back corner is one more guard, and he's basically asleep on a little stool up against the wall. And in the back corner, and looking very sore, is, as you guys will recognize, Garrow Jack, and he is laying on a cot with one arm under his head, and he's looking up at the ceiling. And he's fiddling with some sort of piece of straw or something in his other hand that's hanging off the edge of the cot. And as you guys walk in, it's, like I said, very dark room, but lit with torches. And so Keeg walks over to his men and starts talking to them, very hushed tones, just checking on them. You see him put a hand on two of their shoulders and just kind of leans in. And you can't hear what they're saying, but he's just checking on them and talking to them. And then that's basically immediately to your left. And then over to your front right is where Garrow is in the back cell next to the sleeping guard.
The sleeping guard, they be slacking.
Yeah, he's passed out.
Keeg went over to his men. Basil would slowly get back over towards the cell that is holding Garrow next to what I assume is the sleeping guard in the chair.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
does the guard notice me approaching?
No, because at this point the other guard is walking you down here, and he recognizes that you're going over there, and so he follows behind you. But before he does anything to you or Garrow, he walks over and you hear, and he kicks the foot of the sleeping guard. He says, "Wake up! Do not sleep on the job." And the guy just jolts himself awake, and he straightens up in his stool, and you hear him tap the hilt of his spear on the ground, and he's sorry, sir. And he kind of looks down ashamedly as he's now awake. And he looks up at you, but clearly because you're with his superior, he doesn't do anything else. Shut up, okay? I'm doing my best. I haven't said we will ask the questions yet, so you're fine. We haven't gotten there yet. But anyways,
because of that, it's probably gonna happen because of what we're doing.
We'll see.
But,
so he's woken him up, and as you've approached the cell, and the other guard looks up at you, the superior of the two looks at you and says, "What do you want with the prisoner? I thought they brought him here from some altercation."
I had a few questions for him. I was one of the security at the warehouse that night.
I don't believe I am comfortable with you asking him questions. I still don't even know who you are.
I gave my name to the men up front.
You could have given me a false name. I don't know you. Why should I let you speak to the prisoner? The amount of German gifts going in my Discord right now is unacceptable. I can't. I'm so distracted because they just keep going.
Then perhaps a token of my trust.
And his eyebrow raises.
Basil takes off his backpack, which houses most of his weaponry, and whatever is tying the hand axes to his belt loop, and offers them to the guard to hold.
Okay. Oh, to hold?
Yes, as in you can hang on to this.
Do you say that, or do you just hand him the axes?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying now is,
okay,
you can hang on to this if you let me talk to him.
I get, oh, thank you, sir. I get to hold your axes. And he's just dripping with sarcasm. You can hear it coming off his voice.
If you're worried about me handing him anything.
And you can see that didn't occur to him. He's like, and he looks, and all of a sudden he looks very like embarrassed. Very well. And he takes the axes from you real quick, and he turns around and walks over to Keeg and his men. You can tell this guy thinks he's like big stuff, and he's really not.
I'm starting to think a lot of these people are.
What's up, Othwin?
2 questions, actually.
Okay, shoot.
One, has they noticed Athwin at all?
I mean, you're with the group, so I mean, you're
have they
noticeable.
looked down?
I mean, well, because you had to come downstairs, so you would have been at like pseudo eye level at least once at this point.
And how far apart are the bars?
Far enough apart you could walk between them.
Bet.
That's the correct answer.
Yeah, I know it was, right? Yeah, I knew where she's
Perp
going. Yeah, I knew where she
Is
was going.
going in.
So she just walks into the room with Garrow.
Yes.
Okay, so Basil, you're sitting there and you lean against the bars to speak to Garrow. The guard that was behind you on the stool notices his superior walk away, and he just kind of like slowly gets up, confused, like, I guess I need to go too, and wanders after his superior officer. And so you're alone there at the bars with Garrow, who's not acknowledging you. He's awake, but he's not acknowledging you. And then down below you feel like a flutter, like you feel a movement, like something like brushes against your leg, and you have to swat it. And you look down and you see Othwin go right between your legs, right between the bars, and wanders into the room.
Does Othwin getting down and in front of him spew any kind of reaction from him?
No, Garrow can't see her because he's laying on his back looking at the ceiling.
Oh.
Yeah, so basically picture the cinematic Hollywood norm of the outlaw in the cell laying on the cot with one arm under his head, the other hand doing something, and he's staring at the ceiling. Everybody in this room can picture it. I know that you guys can. Yeah.
Yeah, I just picture Loki from Thor 2, but all the same.
Or that works too. I need these GIFs to load in Discord because they're all frozen. Oh my goodness, they just get worse. When they move, they just get worse. Anyways.
You should check the kid one that I posted. It's not related to German stuff, but it's still funny.
Basil will just tap the bars to get a bit of a ring going to hopefully grab Garo's attention.
I'm sorry, he does what to grab his attention? I'm sorry?
You know how when you take your fingernail and you like tap on a metal object and makes that little ringing
ting,
noise?
Ting, 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 ting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jesse, that's exactly the vibe. And okay, so yeah, Basil takes out, and it reaches up and basically goes ting, 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 and it kind of echoes through this stone room. I mean, anything at this point, every sound is echoing a little bit because it's just all stone and cobblestone and metal. And Garrow at this point, he's mid twiddle, basically, he's kind of moving a piece of straw and around his finger. He just stops, and he from his position, he kind of just looks over, like he kind of rolls his eyes up to look over the top of his head, and upside down, he sees you standing at the bars. He still hasn't seen Othwin yet. I will state he has not noticed her.
Good.
Does Othwin want to do anything before there's an exchange here? Because she does kind of have the advantage of kind of wandering in. Basil sees you,
So
but
the bed he's laying on, is there an underneath she could just walk into?
yes, it is a cot. So it's just being supported on like the front, on the top and the bottom from some very simple wooden legs.
She's gonna go under it. Just
Okay.
enough so she has reach when he puts his feet to the ground, if he does.
Okay, well, so the cot is not super high off the ground. How tall is Othwin again? Remind me.
2 seconds, I gotta remind myself. I think we said 2 feet.
Okay, so... All right, never mind. We're good. So, okay, so yeah, you walk under the bed, and Garrow notices Basil, and as he does, he sits himself up on his butt, rotates, puts his feet on the ground, and stands up, and then looks at Basil, and he crosses his arms in front of him. Just making
Hello
sure.
again.
Well, what are you doing here? Oh, we had our
Seeing as
tussle.
You still didn't hold up your end of the agreement.
Remind me, my head's a little bit ringing from the wallop that I got.
Basil will just kind of shake his hand as he asks the next, or as he reminds him. You said you would tell me your employer.
I did. I told you my captain ordered us. That's it. That's all I got.
A name.
What, my captain's name?
Yeah.
And he kind of starts chewing the inside of his mouth a little bit.
I suppose I did say that, didn't I? Well, I gotta keep my word to you. My word ain't shit.
Because I sent you here with, and Basil's gonna kind of look over his shoulder, see how distant the guards are.
Mm-hmm.
So how distant are they? Are they still kind of
the
probably
cell-
earshot?
If you're speaking loudly, they could probably hear you from the echo, but otherwise they would just kind of hear muffled echoes. You are about, so these cells are about 8 feet by 8 feet, give or take, and so the entire room is taken up predominantly by, like, you're standing in a very narrow, like, like corridor, and on either side of you would be, if you were standing in the middle, would be cells, and there's 2 cells on each side. So the room is pretty full of just basically these cells, and at the end of those cells is just a simple little table, and that's where the carpenters are sitting, and that's where Keeg is, and the 2 guards are basically over by the ladder kind of conversing quietly. So if you're speaking in hushed tones or at least a softer voice, they're probably not going to be able to hear you. If you're speaking anything over about like normal volume, they're probably going to be able to hear some of what you're saying.
Gotcha. As Basil looked over his shoulder, he kind of does a little roll of his hand as a come here kind of motion.
He sees that. He kind of glances over, and as he glances over towards the guards, he sees Dax, and his eyebrow goes up. He says, what you playing at? You sure she wants me dead?
I know what she wants. Because I sent you here with a simple breaking and entering and trespassing. If my friend's words, kind of nodding towards Keeg, to his men were anything direct what they told the guards, you're here because you trespassed on the warehouse grounds, not for any other reason.
He starts chuckling.
Just friend, that ain't what I'm in here for. I hate to break it to you, sorry little bubble, essentially, but I've been wanted for some time. The only reason I'm here is because I was unconscious, and these idiots over here got lucky, and I didn't wake up on the way over. These guards have been after me for some time. I'm not in here for simple trespassing. I'm in here for a whole slew of shit.
Did they give you a number? And by that I mean, he kind of jostles his coin pouch.
No, I ain't seen the lawberry yet.
And to clarify, for those, because I'm pulling this from CR, for those of you in character who would know this to some degree, lawbearers are like magistrates essentially. They are essentially like low-level judges. So essentially how it would work is if you're arrested by like the guards for for committing a crime or breaking some sort of law, they would arrest you, hold you, and then you'd be put in front of a lawbearer. The lawbearers would then review your case and decide if you're going to go to actual like be sent up to one of the prisons, or if you'd be sentenced to death, or if you'd be set on a fine or some sort of punishment. They would be in charge of that, and if they feel that it warrants a bigger deal, you'd be brought up to a higher level of court. But for like low-level stuff, you're put in front of a lawbearer. And at this point, since he was brought in the night before, you're doing the math in your head, and you're like, oh wait, this makes sense. He just got arrested last night, and it's still early.
Gotcha.
So what triggered your bounty?
Friend, we would be here all day. Just get to the point. What do you want?
I want your captain's name.
What do I get in exchange? Because right now I'm behind these cells.
I was trying to get to that. I can help you get out.
His eyebrow raises. He takes
Most
he
likely
takes a step forward.
Most likely in a clean manner.
I'd be
And
magic
believe
if I
me,
had seen it.
And believe me, if I got you out, I would suggest you leave the town. Because once you're out, kind of side eyes towards Dax, you wouldn't want to meet her.
Is Dax close enough where she'd be able to hear this?
Forgot to turn that off. I don't know. Is she? Would she have wandered closer, or would she be standing over by the staircase still?
Well, no, I mean, she would have wandered closer. I just don't know how close I could have gotten to Basil.
I mean, I would say you can wander as close as you want, and then at any point, because Basil's talking to Garrow, so he's not looking towards the stairs. So if you want to like inch closer without drawing attention, roll me a stealth check. If you just wanted to walk up and just not be nonchalant, but not necessarily trying to sneak up, then it wouldn't matter. Oh, yeah. No, you 100% can basically get up as close as you want without him noticing.
Yeah, no, I would have gotten close, at least to the point where I would have been able to hear Basil.
Okay.
And him talking.
So as that's happening, because Garrow's looking at you, he notices that Dax has gotten closer, and I would say it's right around the time that says you wouldn't want to meet her, and that's when you recognize that Dax is basically standing pretty darn close to you at this point. And
Okay.
Garrow looks between the two of you.
Dax isn't interfering, she's just watching.
Okay.
So what do you say?
So I will say real quick before I go, Dax, you would have heard him say, basically you would have gotten close at the time he said, if you're out of here, you need to leave town because you wouldn't want to meet her. And that's when Basil recognizes that you're there. Garrow recognizes that you're there, but you haven't intervened. And Garrow looks between the two of you. Basil says that, and Garrow then looks back at Basil.
If I get out of here and I don't go right back to where I came from, I'm a dead man. You understand that? You had better make it worth my while.
A new life and a new beginning is always worthwhile.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Yay! We're waiting for that. 10.
Oof. He looks you up and down a bit, and you see him kind of biting the inside of his cheek again.
Friend, you don't understand. People that I'm with, I can't go nowhere.
And you see him starting to kind of become a little more human in this moment.
I don't have anywhere else to go. But even if I did, sooner or later they're going to send someone out to find me, or someone's going to stumble across me, and then they're going to drag me back to where I came from, and they're going to string me up by my neck.
If you don't want to take my word for it, why not take hers?
He looks over at Dax, and he looks at you, and he looks like he's waiting for you to weigh in on what your position is on his predicament.
Basil will.
She would look at. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say, as they're both now kind of motioning and looking towards Dax, Basil looking at Dax at this point, but kind of talking to Garo. A new beginning can always change a person.
He looks back to Dax.
You would look at the low hood, and then at Basil, and then at where Alex or Jesse, where would Alex be?
I'm gonna say he wouldn't have come close. He would be standing like. I didn't really get a sense of the distance or like how big the place is, but I would say kind of come in and then come a bit closer as Basil went up to the guy, but not too close. So I would say like 1/3 of the way to the guards, maybe like halfway between them, something like that.
Okay.
And
So
mind
she would
you,
look back. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, mind you, these are all cells. Like, there's no walls in here, so you can see everything in the room. There just might be bars in between you and what you're looking at, depending where you're standing.
Gotcha. So she would look at Alex and then back at the low hood. Yeah, and kind of with a small little smirk. Yeah, why don't we let him out of here?
Garrow's eyebrows both raise. And okay, Dax, is she trying to
No, she's not trying to hide it.
Okay, roll me a deception check with advantage. I'm giving you advantage based on the circumstances of the conversation, like you even needed it. Good frickin' lord. Roll it anyways, just because I'm curious. That's wow. Good thing you rolled. Yeah,
and then you get a 1. Yep,
Yeah.
that tracks.
That two very different ones.
Two very different rolls.
Because
That
of course,
tracks.
the voice of reason is gonna have the dump stat of charisma, and the ones that actually want to do bad shit are the ones that have more charisma.
I have the dump stat of deception. Yeah. So yeah, so he both eyebrows raised, and he's like, "Oh wow,
All right.
and he looks like he's a little he's very like you see there's internal conflict going on right now, and he glances over towards the guards, and he glances back at you.
Before I say anything, I don't guarantee y'all can get me out of here. Because There's no way it's going. I mean, I can't see how you do this clean illegally. I'm wanted. They've got me. They know it's me. That's not an argument to be had.
Vassal's gonna turn towards Alexander because he's the kind of between this conversation and the guards. Would you go ask the guards exactly what he's in for and how big that bounty or hell, even his fine might be?
Merrick at first raise an eyebrow, but then just slowly nods, and I keep saying like Merrick, and then I say I'm just kind of in between that shit still. But yeah, I'm slowly nod and then turn around and walk up to the guards who are still holding Basil's stuff, probably.
Okay. Real quick, we're gonna take a break here real quick because I really have to use the restroom. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
It's okay.
And we'll be right back to this. But yeah, give me just a few minutes.
Only a break. Be right back as well.
Bathroom break, bio break, what do you call it, and some water or something, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
He'll hydrate, especially in the current weather.
All the hydrates.
I'm never putting charisma dump stat ever again.
See,
Never again.
See, Dax isn't an idiot and isn't gonna kill him inside a guard post.
I could have come with, and I would have had a lovely +3 charisma for y'all. But also,
What doesn't matter? I've got
Selena don't
+7.
care.
Did you guys
she,
sneaky burp?
yeah, Sneaky Burp made this funny, so I'm okay with staying behind and not doing anything for a bit. Yeah, I'll be right back as well. I'm gonna pour my
You'll also be right
drink
back.
into some bottles instead of a glass, because then I can put the bottles in the fridge.
I'm gonna go get some hot chocolate.
Oh, sorry about that. Horrible timing, but I was like, I just need to do this now.
Yeah, you're not the only one who stepped away, so
Perfect. We'll just give it a second.
yep. As I also go to step away to move some things around.
I big chillin'. I'm over here plotting.
Yeah. When you were like, how wide are the bars? I'm like, I know where this is going. All right, sounds good, Ty.
I want to sneeze. It's not good.
Achoo.
No, you.
Machu, son of a sneeze. Come on, tell me somebody knows that reference.
No.
Robin
It
Hood
is
Men in
funny.
Tights.
Is that an old thing?
It's from like the 80s.
Yeah,
Is it
I
the
have
80s?
not
I think so.
seen.
80s
Hold
or
on,
90s. Maybe the
Google's-
90s. Maybe the 90s.
I watched extremely few movies from before 2000s.
It was one of those silly movies that came out, and it was basically the story of Robin Hood, but it was a silly musical. Did you ever see Princess Bride?
Classic.
The guy
I
who
didn't.
played Wesley in Princess Bride plays Robin Hood. I forget his name off the top of my head. And
It is a 1993 movies when it came out.
93. It's as old as I am. That makes me
And
feel old.
Carrie Elwes? Oh, fuck, hold on. I'm typing it in here because I don't know how to fucking pronounce it.
I'm trying. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. He plays. I think it's Elwes. I think it's his name, but I might be wrong.
Great fucking
Or
actor.
Yules. Maybe it's Yules. I'm not sure. Either way, he plays Robin Hood, and Oh my gosh, who is it that plays a Chew? It's
Hold on. I can Google it.
It's not
Dave Chappell.
It's Chappelle.
Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. Yeah, I forgot it was Dave Chappelle. He plays his sidekick,
Yes.
and it's hilarious because his name's Achu. He's like, your name's Achu. He's like, yeah, Achu, son of a sneeze. And it's funny because like at one point during combat, he's like, hold on, I need to get some air, and he leans over and he does it was back when they had the shoes that you could pump up with air to make it more comfortable, and so he leans over and all right, let's go. It's hilarious. You have to look it up.
The movie's great.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
We are men.
One of the best parodies.
We are men. Men in tights. It's great.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
I've moved my microphone. Is it still?
Sounds fine.
Okay.
We are
Yeah,
just waiting to
yeah,
make
yeah.
sure that Shadow is still here. Looks like we're waiting on Shadow.
Now that song is stuck in my head. Thank you.
And don't forget Monhold. Don't worry, Monhold. I have not
What
forgotten
song?
you.
The men.
Actually, while we're waiting on Shadow, this is perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and we'll jump back to Monhold real quick because he has been over in the smithy.
I'm back anyway, so.
Perfect timing. Okay, so yeah, real quick, Monhold. Grigor, you have just walked out of the smithy with your 2 new daggers, and your group is gone at this point, and you know that you're supposed to meet them at high noon. What would you like to do?
Grigor would head to a Glimmer's Curio Emporium.
Okay, yeah. So you make a left and you walk back down the riverfront towards your place of employment, which is Glimmer's Curio Emporium. And as you walk in, you hear the little bell go tling, and the door, which you know is a magical spell that has been set on the doorway that anybody who walks in will trigger a bell that's somewhere in the room that you don't know where it is. She's never showed you. She thinks it's funny, and then you hear the. And you see her hop up on her little stool behind her, kind of goes,
"Oh, hello, dearie. It's good to see you again. Are you here to work? We don't open for a little while. What can I do for you?"
I'm here to prep some work and let you know I'll be occupied for the afternoon.
Oh, all right. Well, we open here in just a little while if you'd like to make sure that everything's in order in the store and that the alley is secured, if that's all right.
And she kind of basically puts you to work of doing the normal tasks you do, of just kind of helping her move things around and make sure that nothing's been taken and make sure that her store is basically ready to open here in just a little bit. And cool. So you are now working at Glimmer's shop for the next little bit. And we'll come check on you in a little while. And so we'll go ahead and pan back over to the guard station. And so Alexander, you said you were you went over to the guards to speak to them about Garrow's sentence. Is that correct?
I don't know if he's back.
Merrick?
I am muted. That is cringe. I'm talking to myself here. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So as you walk over, the guards notice you approaching them, and the one that was asleep straightens up a little bit and kind of glances over at his superior to like show like, hey, look, I'm doing my job. And the one who's the superior has his hands behind his back, and he looks at you and is, what do you need? What do you want?
The man in the cells. What exactly is he wanted for?
Mr. Garrow over there, he is a ranking member of the Low Hood gang. He has caused many problems here in the city, especially Riverside. He is wanted for thievery. He is wanted for assault. He is wanted for breaking and entering. He is wanted for robbery. He is wanted for all sorts of nasty criminal things over these past few months or so. We also wish to interrogate him to find out more about the Low Hood gang. Try to bring them to justice.
Right.
I see an opportunity.
What?
And I'd say, real quick, I'd say that Basil and Dax, this guy would have probably said it loud enough that with the size of the room and the echo and everything, you probably would have heard him say this.
Ah, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say.
My bad, sorry.
No, you're good, totally. You know, Merrick, I'm gonna continue kind of low tone.
I hate it here.
You love us.
I do. I was waiting for somebody to put that GIF in at some point, and it's funny that you did.
I understand that it's not entirely your job to judge, but based on your experience, what do you think it would take us to get him out of here? Because we require his services, legal ones. Don't worry about that part, which is why I'm asking, obviously.
Legal funds from Mr. Garrow there. I find that hard to believe.
Let me put it this way. Our interests align with yours in the way of dealing with his gang or whatever they want to call themselves. And he has been unbelievably stubborn. I know that much. I do believe that we have a better way of getting information out of him, and seems to me and my associates believe we can get the information easier if he's out of here. But we obviously do not want to break law ourselves.
Ooh, well played, Jesse. Okay, I want you to roll me a... Okay, so your choice. It's the same stats, so it doesn't really matter. But persuasion or deception, depending on how your tone, because obviously your words were great. However you're trying to... Are you trying to trick this guy, or you're trying to convince this guy? But I'll leave it to you. And
I am trying to convince him. Yeah, it's going to be persuasion.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, and we'll see if you can convince this guy. Holy balls. So you see his eyebrow raise, and he starts kind of... He puts his hand on his chin, and you see him tapping his cheek with his finger a little bit. Interesting proposition. What assurances do I have that you're actually going to use this opportunity for the betterment of the city, or are you just going to use it for self-interest?
Well, to start off with one, those two align. As of this moment, the betterment of the city is within my interests.
Is it now? And what do you plan to do with him? Or are you planning to have him lead you? What are you expecting to do here? I need something I can tell my superiors if they ask me what I am doing. It is a gamble, you understand.
Is Basil able to hear this conversation?
When Alexander started pitching this idea to him, the tone would have come down, so the tone would have gotten hushed, and so you would have recognized that you wouldn't.
I have been talking quieter the whole time.
Yeah, no, I'm saying from the guard. His responses would have gotten quiet. So any of the responses, like the conversation went from hearing one side to hearing none of it.
Got it.
Ah, fuck! I again forgot what I was gonna say.
Can
you repeat what last you said, Neon?
He said, what assurances do I have that you're not going that you're actually gonna do this? What are your plans? Like, you need to give me something I can tell my superiors, because you understand this is a gamble.
Yeah. Okay. To your superiors, you could tell that either I personally will bring you back intel that will help you fight them or take them down, or by sheer coincidence, we might even take care of them ourselves. Either way, the man in the cell will not be a problem for you at all. And if you do think I'm lying, and I will lift up my finger, which still has my signet ring on it. I'm Alexander Merrick. I will not be hard to find if you hold it against me.
He looks at the signet ring, and you can see that the initial reaction is he has no idea what this is, but the look of the ring, I mean, he can tell it's legit. He could see that you have a certain air about yourself, along with that persuasion roll. And he kind of, his eyebrow raises once more. All right, I'll tell you what, I'll make you a bargain. There's currently open bounties on most of the Low Hood's leadership. But if you say you're able to deal with the entire gang, if we let this man go, that is something I can gamble, assuming that is the outcome. So I'll tell you what. You say your name is Alexander Merrick, yes?
Yes.
Where are you staying? You live in the city, or are you staying here temporarily?
Temporary stay. I planned initially on pass through a couple of months ago, but I've been here until now. I can stay longer.
Very well. And where are you staying at? Where can I find you?
I don't remember the name, but I'm gonna give him the name of the inn. I'm staying in
You're staying
in
at
the fancy.
the fancy one in the University Row, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Wizard and the Wand.
So yeah, I say that the Wizard and the Wand.
Ah, in the University Row. Very well. All right. I'm going to take a chance on you, which means, and he holds his finger up and he leans down and kind of like get closer, which means you are being held personally responsible if this goes sideways. I'm not going to hold these interesting party members of yours responsible. I'm going to put this solely on your shoulders. Understand?
Merrick nods.
Here is my conditions. I will release him into your custody. If something goes sideways or if he does something that falls on your shoulders, you will be held responsible for his actions. I expect some form of result quickly as far as this plan of yours with this gang. If you can deal with this problem for us, this would be immensely helpful to me and my cohorts, as well as my superiors will be forever grateful. And there may be financial compensation in it, since it would be dealing with the problems the city has been plagued with for quite some time. And he looks to the other guard and he snaps his finger and nods, and the other guard straightens up, walks over to on the stone wall near the staircase. There's several little hooks, and on the hooks are different keys, and he grabs one of the rings of keys the ring and key off the hook, and he walks down to the cell. And Basil, you see the guard approach you. Dax, you see the guard approach both of you actually, and he walks up to you and he kind of waits to see if you guys will move so he can walk towards the door.
Basil will just turn to Garo and be like, "Well, it looks like you hit your wish."
Garo
Hold up your
looks.
end of the deal.
Apologies. Garo
And
looks
at
shocked.
that moment, Basil would have backed away from the door.
Garo takes a couple steps back, and Othwin, you see the feet back up, and they're basically right in front of you now. And they're facing, like, from where if you're looking at his feet, they're facing to your right. They're facing towards the entrance to the cell. And the guard looks at Dax and Basil, and I know Basil back. Does Dax move at all, or does she stay put?
No, she's keeping a close eye on him, so she'll back up a little bit so the guard can do what he needs to do, but
Okay.
she's not going far.
So he goes up and he slides the key in the door, and you hear the and the very squeaky metal door opens, and it comes out into the hallway where y'all are at. And the guard holds the cell door open and looks at Garo and looks towards his superior and stands up straight and doesn't say anything. And the superior walks over, kind of goes around Alexander with his hands behind his back, kind of almost that, like, you know, as you guys all can imagine. I know you can all picture the image of how he's standing in your head because you put about 16,000 gifs in my Discord of it. But he stands there and he looks down at looks straight at Garo and goes, "You are being released into the custody of that man there, Alexander Merrick. He is responsible for you. Understands that this is unorthodox, and you will be held responsible for your actions, as will he if you do anything untoward. Understand?" And Garo, with a raised eyebrow, looks towards Alexander, back towards the guard, and just slowly nods twice before he just kind of uncrosses his arms and basically waits for the door to be like unguarded, like unblocked, so he can walk out. And then the superior officer sidesteps in a way that basically opens the pathway, and Garo starts taking slow steps out of the cell with a very perplexed look on his face, and just kind of glances around at the group. Well,
The
that was
irony.
unexpected.
The irony of Garo being in the legal guardianship at this point of one of the two that said, "Let's just freaking kill him."
Yeah.
And still wants to kill him.
Yeah. And he just looks very confused and perplexed, and he just kind of isn't really saying a lot. He's just kind of like, you know, don't bite the hand that feeds you kind of vibe. And so he steps out. He's now out in the corridor, and the other guard closes the door and locks it, pulls the key out, and kind of scurries around you guys to the wall and hangs the key up. Othwin, you're now alone in the cell. There's nobody in the cell anymore. He's walked out.
Oh, real quick question with that.
Okay.
Is he wearing like a form of like not a cape, but like a robe?
He does have a
whatever
cape, actually. Yes. If you guys, let me see if I can bring it. I'll show you guys later. But yes, he is wearing a cape for that attaches to the back of his collar, essentially.
So basically, I'm gonna get out from under my little hidey hole.
Okay.
and scurry through the bars because I can do that. I'm tiny.
Yep.
And she's gonna to climb up his cape thing.
You're gonna climb up his cape. Okay.
And sit on his shoulder. And she's gonna she has her stick when she gets up there. She has her stick.
Okay.
In a very menacing manner, pointed at his face.
At his like in front of him, because
she's would be on his shoulder.
Okay.
Sitting there. It's pointed like on his cheek almost.
Okay.
Like pointed like that direction.
So let's do this because you're not trying to be stealthy because there's no reason to be unless you want to be. I will say the act of scurrying out and then trying to climb his cape without him trying to, because he hasn't seen you at this point. So this would be very jarring to him. So what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you have two options. For the climbing up his cape, you can either roll a stealth to try to sneak up, or you can roll an acrobatics to try to do so quickly and swiftly without him being able to knock you off.
I'm gonna go stealth.
Stealth? Okay, so you're going to try to... Ooh, okay. So as Othwin...
Dice hate me.
As Othwin scurries through the bars and her little talons grip into the cape and her little beak try to pull her up with her wings helping her, she's trying to basically kind of claw/climb her way up the cape. You make it about a third of the way up before Garrow goes, "What's that? What the devil is this?" And he starts kind of moving around and he kind of swats behind him and he's swatting his cape. "Get this thing off of me. What the hell?" And Othwin, you're basically getting jostled around. You haven't been thrown from it, but you are about a third of the way up before he's basically swinging you around in your little size. This feels like a e-ticket ride at Disneyland where you're basically getting spun around and he's trying to get you off. Do you keep going or do you jump off?
She's gonna try to use her talons to hook on more.
Okay.
And she's gonna take her stick and smack him, like almost like a stop moving.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that gift. Yes, there you go.
To stop the situation from going too extremely off. As Othwin starts to like smack his shins with her stick. Bassel's gonna just put a hand on Garo's shoulder and just let the little one do what they need to.
So as you reach in to stop him and put your hand on his shoulder, and at this exact time, this is when Othwin, you feel the movement stop, and that's when you like, this is my chance to take your stick and whack right on his thing. He's like, "What the shit?" And it's at that point that Bassel's like trying to calm him, but he's not moving. He just reacts and flinches, and you're able to get up the rest of the cape to his shoulder. And Bassel, you just watched Othwin whack right on the shin with her stick. And yeah,
there's going to be some trust to be earned.
Trust. This thing just, and as he says that, that's when Othwin sticks the stick out and pokes at his face. And
as she's poking him with her stick, her eyes start glowing, almost like she's getting ready to cast a spell, but she doesn't cast the spell.
Okay, and he sees
it's almost like a power up almost.
Why is its eyes glowing? Why is its eyes glowing? What's it doing? What's it doing?
Bassel will just turn to look at Othwin and be like, as stone cold serious expression as he can, out of just cease kind of expression.
Does Othwin react to this?
She glances over at Basil and then and looks at now her perch. And her eyes just slowly dim back to normal.
Garrow's tension subsides a tiny bit, and he's like, "That thing's menacing, even though it's about the size of a bug. I'm concerned. Why is it pointing a stick at me? Why is it poking me? What's going on? I'm confused."
It's best not to ask too many questions. You'll thank me about that later.
At this point, the superior god goes, "I've had enough of this," and he just shoves Garrow with one hand in the back. Says, "It's time to go. Come on, let's go." And Garrow kind of stumbles forward. You have to picture this image. As he's moving, he's stumbling forward a little bit from this, but he's moving forward. His eyes do not break contact with Othwin's. He is walking with his head sideways, essentially. He is staring at Othwin and the stick pointing at his nose, and he's trying to walk forward at this time. But the guard basically kind of ushers you guys towards the stairs, and Keeg turns around from his table in the corner with his other carpenters, and the carpenters stop their little game of whatever they're playing, and they all kind of look up, and he goes, All right, and he kind of ushers for. He just kind of looks at your group and kind of motions for somebody to come speak to him real quick. And it's whoever wants to come and speak to him. Essentially, he just needs somebody to come talk to him.
One of the guards, or
no? He motions to your group. He motions to you guys, and he has like one of you guys because it looks like he wants to speak to you.
Sorry, I missed who wanted to speak.
No,
with
my
us.
fault. It was Keeg. Sorry.
Keeg. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
Basil's kind of feeling part responsible with keeping an eye on Garo, so he's probably not going to go talk to him.
Dax, sorry, we'll go over and talk with him.
Okay, so Dax walks over and Keeg kind of in a hushed tone says,
do me a favor. Let Cassavus know. Excuse me. So many voices. Good grief. Do me a favor. Let Cassavus know I'm sorry about the plans. I'm going to take my men back to the shipwright, and we're going to figure out what we need to do next. If y'all need me, I'm there. Send Spitwick to me if you need, but I'm gonna stay with them.
She nods, like she's acknowledging it, and turns back around. Kind of like raises her hand and kind of waves goodbye, like haphazardly. You know how like if you wave your hand and you just kind of flick your wrist by?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what she does, and then she goes back over to keep a close eye on the individual again.
Okay. So Keeg turns around and in hushed tones, the five of them now kind of are chatting, and the rest of you guys see that Keeg's not coming with you, and Garrow's making his way to the staircase, and the first guard, the lower ranking one, goes up the staircase first, followed by the second guard. I'm sorry, followed by Garrow, who again is trying to climb a staircase while staring and locked eyes with Othwin, and he's carefully making his way up the stairs. And the final guard, the superior one's looking at us, says, if you don't mind, I'd like to have my stockade back. And he's kind of like ushering you guys towards the stairs.
Where did you lay my things?
He from behind his back, he pulls his other hand, and he has the two throwing axes gripped in his left grip. He says, "Here you are."
Thank you.
And he relinquishes them to you, puts his hand behind his back, and then with his other hand, he swaps hands basically, in his open hand says, "If you don't mind," and he motions towards the stairs.
Thank you for your kindness and patronage. And Basil will leave.
And as he says this, it wasn't kindness, and everyone makes their way up the staircase. And anyways, you guys get up.
Basil don't care.
Yeah,
Gentlemen,
exactly. Yeah.
You don't care.
Yep. You make it to the second floor, and the first guard leads you out of the stockade room, or excuse me, of the guard station, out back into that open kind of courtyard sort of area. And from there, he walks you to the main gate as well. And Garrow is in tow. Now he's walking a little more comfortably, and he's more like side-eyeing Othwin at this point, rather than just like staring at her. And the other guard ushers you out of the room, and then accompanies you and escorts you from the rear to the portcullis. And as you guys exit the courtyard of the guard station, he kind of blocks the way behind you as you guys all kind of spill out onto the street. And he says, "Mr. Merrick, I expect some form of reports soon, if you don't mind." Kind of nods his head towards Merrick.
You'll have it.
Very well.
Nods back.
And he looks to the other guard, snaps his fingers, points in, and the two of them turn and walk in. And yeah, so you guys are now out on the street, and Garrow's with you, and he, again, is looking a little concerned at Othwin, but he glances around at you and
says, "Well, now what? Is this thing gonna kill me with a stick, or?"
Dax would kind of mutter, "We can only hope."
Basil to Alexander is gonna be like, "So what deal did you actually make?"
He and I just nod my head towards Garrett. What's his name? Gareth.
Garrow Jack.
Garrow. Okay.
Yeah, Garrow Jack is his full name. Yep.
God, I have a fucking full Mass Effect. Okay. Basically, nod my head towards him and say he gives us intel on his people, and then, well, intel has to be useful enough for either us or the guards are willing to do something with it, and then either I give the intel to them and they deal with it, or we deal with it. The one thing that these guards want more than anything is their outfit crippled or destroyed. I don't know if we can pull it off. I imagine we can come close. And the final end of the deal was that Garo here will no longer be a problem for the guards. Now, how we go about that, different question, but he can leave the city if he likes, as long as he doesn't come back and cause any shit.
And has this been this conversation just kind of been in the midst of the group between us?
I kind of assumed this was hushed unless you wanted people to be able to hear you. Garrow is too distracted by Othwin.
That's why I'm making sure, just so we get that clarified. I'm leaving the tone volume of this conversation up to Jesse.
Sorry, I'm also a little bit zoned out because I'm in DMs about money problems and it's a pain. I would say that, like, if you walked out to me, I wouldn't be talking too loud. Like, whoever is like super nearby, like right next to us, they probably hear. But I would see no need to like speak out loud about it. You came up to me, you asked, and I just kind of, sort of quietly tell that to you.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, you guys are back out on the street. At this point, you've got about, I'd say the amount of time it took you to get down here, have all this conversation, figure this all out, and then leave. You've probably got still another, I'd say at least 3 hours. It took you about 3 hours to do all of that. What was that? I'm sorry?
I don't know if anybody started talking yet.
Dax did, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
Go for it.
Oh, no, ignore.
Okay.
I was going to say Basil probably would turn to the group, including Garo now, and be like, I think you should all rendezvous back at the tankard while I go to the smithy to grab what I was left behind. Don't want this one to be out of our sight or probably in the open for too long.
Dax would not pull out her knife, but would have her hand on her knife. Why don't we just get rid of him now?
I still don't have a name. And
Fine,
Basil will give a slight smile to that, but also just watching forward.
We can find out a name ourselves.
Do you want the real name or just any name that he throws?
I want the real name.
Garo?
What? And he's still looking at Othwin as he says that. Remember, you guys have been having a hushed conversation, so he doesn't know what you're asking him.
We're at this point still at the like in front of gas station, basically, right?
Yes, unless you guys are making your way back towards the tankard. It's up to you.
Okay.
I would say we get started walking.
Okay, so in this case, this conversation has been happening while you're walking in the direction of the shoreline of the riverfront.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw this out. How Othwin is sitting on his shoulder, her talons are digging into him. By the way.
Okay.
Oh.
She's making it a purposeful that they're there.
So how hard is she digging her talons in?
Enough to maybe make him bleed a little bit.
Okay.
And then definitely enough to make him know, hey, I got claws.
Okay, roll me roll me an unarmed
and
attack.
Also, her one feathered hand is holding onto his ear. Where is her?
I just want to on the record, I was never expecting any low hoods to survive this far, much less be held hostage by a burb. Like, this was not expected.
See, I have a question though. I have technically an unarmed or a talons attack.
You have a talons attack? Roll me a talons attack. I didn't realize you had a talons attack.
I do have to point out something.
What's up?
We've yet to have that one NPC that the party just loves.
That's true.
A 14 to hit.
We're starting off on the way opposite end of the spectrum, but we have the NPC.
What did you roll?
A 14 to hit.
Oh, okay. It doesn't technically hit. So you are
It
gripping.
would puncture his
Yeah. So
shield.
essentially your talons are digging in, and you're digging them in, but it's basically going into his leather armor that's on his that it's on his shoulders, and so it's
But he
digging.
would still
harder.
feel it.
He feels the pressure, but it's not breaking the skin.
Dig him in harder.
And I mean,
And
and
she also has her stick.
well, and you're
waving.
holding his ear and you're pointing a stick at his face, basically. So he's uncomfortable right now,
Well-
for sure.
This is how she's using her stick. That's why she's also holding his ear because movement.
Yeah.
Whenever her group walks, she points her stick, and if he starts to sway even slightly, she smacks him with it.
Okay. So when you guys first exit, he tries to kind of like wander off a bit, and you smack him in the face, and he kind of wanders back. And and this is when Othman finds out she can guide him like a horse by smacking him around. And so he just stays put until directed by the bird at this point.
I love that.
Let's make sure he doesn't die because he also didn't have a long rest.
So
No, he was unconscious the whole night. So he technically did get a long rest because he was unconscious the whole night.
Wow.
Yeah. And remember, it was just a fist fight that knocked him out. So
It was a fist fight.
Yeah, so he's not dead. He's not going to die if she smacks him with a stick, which would be freaking
Sad.
hilarious.
It would
That
be funny.
funny.
Yeah,
I mean, if I use a certain spell with the stick, he could.
he could, yes.
He almost got it.
Little Burb would be Dax's new favorite person.
He keeps
mean
pissing off
favorite
little
bird?
Burb. He's going to get hit with it.
So you guys are wandering back towards the dock, so the riverfront, and you still, like I said, got about 3 or so hours. As you guys arrive on the shorefront there, again, Othwin, smacking and prodding Garrow to go the direction she wants him to go, along with the group, and the group can't help but snicker at this scene that's basically in the middle of their group of this big burly dude who's just jacked, like he's very muscular. He looks like you guys have fought him. You know he can take on a lot. Like, this dude's no joke. And he is literally scared and being directed by a small, less than 2 foot high owl on his shoulder with a stick holding his ear. It's impossible to not giggle at this scene.
It's comical.
It is, yes. And so as the group, you guys wander in the direction of the tankard. You make it to the tankard, and Basil, you've already indicated, so you look towards the group and you kind of acknowledge them, and you wander off towards the smithy. The group then goes into the tankard, and as you guys are in there, you guys can either stay here, you guys can do whatever you would like there. Talina, you are still resting in the back room. You have not reached you're about I'd say you're about 1 hour off of your long rest. You still need to meditate for another hour.
How much longer do we have before we have to go meet up?
About 3 hours until you need to meet up.
Dax is gonna go sit in the corner and find a booth and kind of fall asleep in it.
Okay, all right. So Dax goes off.
She knows what Merrick needs to do.
Okay.
Or Merrick knows what she wants.
From a mechanical standpoint, are you trying to get a rest out of this, or?
No, she's just tired.
Okay, all right. Cause
I don't need a rest.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah. Oh my gosh, Daxori goes off into a corner and kind of conks out. So at this point, it is Alexander. It is Othwin, and it is Garrow. Basil has wandered off to the smithy. Grigor is down at the curio. Talina is sleeping, and Dax is sleeping. Grigor, your shift with the Glimmer Emporium has been pretty uneventful. You had a couple people wander in, a few people purchase a few things, and of course, Elria has been very nice and just kind of her typical quaint self, and just it's always very sweet and charming to see her interact with people. There's not been anything of anything to write home about. It's just been a pretty quiet shift. Basil, you make your way over to the smithy. It doesn't take you long to get over there, maybe a 10 or so 15 or so minute walk, and you walk into Zorgrim's armory once again. And as you walk in, you don't hear anything, but all of a sudden you hear the sound of footsteps, and there's the dwarf that you've met before comes up, stands on the step stool behind the counter, goes,
Good to see you again, laddie. What can I do for you? Are you here to collect your items from before?
Very well,
All right, then, let me see. I think they're ready.
and he gets down and he walks in the back, and you hear some shuffling around, and you hear some sounds, things moving and things sliding. He goes, that's right, here they are. And you hear the sound of something stacking, and then you hear like he's getting up on top of something. You hear the sound of more movement, and then he comes back out, and he sets down on the counter this leather, this piece of leather that's wrapped on top of things. It's not a pouch. It's not a bag. It's just kind of more a piece of leather that's covering things up. And he pulls the leather back, and there in front of you, and you dropped off both, correct? Or was it just one?
I did drop both.
Drop both. Okay. So there in front of you are the fangs from the sea serpent that you killed before, but now they have this very ornate handle on the base of them. He's taken this combination of leather and metal to create a pommel and a handle with a bit of a what's the word? The thing that protects your hands. I forget the name.
A hilt?
I guess it's a hilt. I thought it was something else. But yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the thing that's between the hilt and the sword.
Yes.
Is that a guard or something like that?
Yeah.
It is, but there's a name for it. I just can't think of what the name is. But yeah, there's a very nice. A what?
Crossguard.
Oh, the crossguard. Okay, so there's a very simple crossguard, but the crossguard has it just has this very unique shape to it that's kind of almost like a diamond, and then at the base of it is the handle, and the handle, like I said, is this kind of fluted shaped piece of metal, and then it is this very tightly wrapped leather handle, so it's very comfortable to grip, and it feels very like it belongs in your hand. At the base of it are these very simple blue stone pommels, and they look like when you look into the stone, it looks like water. It's not a jewel, but it's some sort of stone that him being a dwarf probably himself carved out of the stone, and it's a jagged but polished edge, so it's not like it's a rounded edge. It's more of it looks like a crystal's been placed in the bottom essentially, and both daggers are identical. They look exactly the same. Atsuba. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm learning things. Yeah, crossguard Suba, cool. And so yeah, but they look identical, and so there's two of them. And the fang itself has been sharpened to a point that it is now a blade. So it's no longer just a puncture. The tip is still very sharp, but the edge of it has kind of been honed to create an actual dagger. And you pick them two up, and they feel very natural in your hand. And you feel that there's something different about them now. You feel like they're not just a weapon. You feel like there's almost a buzz to them when you pick them up. There's almost this energy when you hold them in your hand, especially both of them together. And you now have hold on. You already have it in your inventory, correct? Right? Okay. So do you want me to say what it is? Or you want to keep it a secret? Because it's up to you.
We'll keep it for now until we enter combat.
Okay. So you take them. You feel them feel very, very good. He goes, "Hey, it was a fun project to work on, and it went surprisingly quick. They were an interesting material to work with, but so far so good. How do you like the artistry I applied? Is it to your liking, or would you like me to change anything?"
It's very beautiful work. Very well done.
Oh, thank you. I'd appreciate that. And correct me if I'm wrong. Did you already pay him?
I believe I already paid him.
I think you did. Yeah. Okay.
I believe so. Let me double check my inventory.
I'm pretty sure you did.
Because what did he charge?
It wasn't cheap.
I could remember. Yeah, I remember. It wasn't cheap, but I also remember Basil is stacked with cash.
Yeah.
For a barbarian, he is stacked.
I did not write it down, unfortunately. I'm really sad that I didn't write that down.
He paid because he paid right after I bought the piece of leather armor.
That's correct. Yes. That's right. Thank you. That's right. Yep. So you've already paid. And says, well, you've already covered your price of these, so they're yours for the taking, laddie. Anything else I can do for you?
Not at this very moment, but I may become a return customer.
Well, would love to have some more return customers. Well, if you don't mind, there's nothing else. I'm going to get back to my other projects, if that's all right.
And he kind of hops down a little bit and it's a pleasure doing business with you. Have a good day. And he wanders back into the back, and then after a second you hear ting, ting, and he starts working on his anvil again.
And on that note, Basil will begin his walk back towards the tankard with his daggers now proudly strapped to his hips.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention. Yes, part of that leather in there, they was a very leather, very simple but molded leather sheaths for them, so that you have something to put them in because they're a unique shape. They're nothing fancy. The leather sheaths are just simple pieces of leather that have been stitched in such a way that allow the perfect fit for both blades, and they're just a simple belt loop.
Does the actual sheath kind of hide the blades look?
The blades are completely engulfed in the the sheath, but you can see the Suba / cross guard coming out of it, and then obviously the grip and the pommel, but the blade itself is hidden.
Gotcha. So otherwise it looks like almost normal style daggers that have been put in sheaths.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yep. So yeah, and you
never
get
let
back to
him know your next move.
There you go. So you head back to the tankard, and you get back, and at this point you have about a little over 2 hours left until you got to meet with Spitwick. But at this point, everybody's pretty much at the tankard except for Grigor. However, on the way back, if you'd like, you would have to pass Elria and Elria's shop. I mean, so if you'd like, you'd pass right by it. You would probably see Grigor inside working if you wanted to stop in and check out her wares, or if you wanted to speak to Grigor at all, you have to walk right past that shop.
I'm not actively looking for him, so I'm not necessarily fully peeking in there. Would he have told me that at any point that he works there? That was when we just met him.
Because that's where you met him, in the alleyway outside the Glimmer Emporium when you met Othwin. Okay. He put a blade up to your neck because he thought you were robbing from his employer in that alleyway. So you know where he works and you know that shop.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I guess as I'm passing by, I'll take a glance over and look through if there's like a front display window of sorts, or just like an open window to gaze into.
Yeah, there would be. There'd definitely be a window in there, and the door's open. The door to the shop is open. It's almost never closed.
Gotcha.
So either the window or the door, you'd be able to look in, and it's that very quaint, just very cute little gnome shop. Like there's obviously some little there's obviously some little toadstools on the that are like piled up in a little basket on one of the counters. There's lots of little potions and vials. You see the big barrels that Talina found before that you've not seen until now, and there's this big barrel with a sign that just has a number that said I believe it said 5.
I haven't poked through yet. Is it visible from the doorway?
You can see the barrel from the doorway, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the barrel literally just it's a massive barrel. For you, it's probably a little over waist height, probably like sternum height, and it's just this big barrel, and it just has tons of different shaped and colored vials and bottles and like flask-like glass objects inside the barrel, and then it just has a sign up top that says 5.
Okay, just side note here. Forget whoever was making the potions and stuff. I want to know who the glass maker was that's storing all that if they're just piled into a barrel.
Well, maybe you'll find out later. Who knows? It's D&D. But you do see that, and then obviously you see like stacked things on shelves that look a lot more neat. Other vials and potions of that nature, and you see like different herbs and things like that, and like you can kind of get a feel for it. It's just a random eclectic room of goods and things that's just very kind of all over the place. And you see Grigor kind of carrying a box from one side to the other, and you see Elria in there, and she's just kind of, oh, yes, sure, over there, that's good. And then you'll see her like polishing something and like just kind of like just scurrying around, little things getting done.
Basil will go ahead, poke his head in, just kind of into the doorway, and
okay. And as you
wave,
as you poke your head in, as soon as your head clears the door frame, you hear ching, 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 and you hear like a bell ring somewhere in the room. And as that happens, Elria looks towards her.
Oh, hello, dearie. Welcome to Glimmer's Security Emporium. Anything that I can do for you, anything that you require or need, please do ask, and I will be sure to assist in any way. This is my humble employee, Grigor. I'm not sure if you've met him.
And Grigor, you'd look over and you'd see Basil sticking his head in the door.
Yeah, we've met.
Oh, well, what a small world. Well, welcome. Any friend of Grigor's is a friend of mine.
Good to know.
And you haven't seen Elria before, but as a reiteration, she's obviously a small elderly gnome. She's got a little green cap on, and she's old, so she's got all the wrinkles, but her cheeks are almost like this just pure rosy red, and she just looks so, like, you look at her and you feel happy.
Okay. I will enter the shop and just kind of browse around real quick, kind of looking for, a couple potions of healing if possible, and then also just general little knickknacks that would stick out to me.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Pull my potion table up real fast, because I do have a potion of healing on here somewhere. Oh, wait. No, wrong table. Hold on. So as you're glancing around... As you're glancing around the room... Oh, my gosh. Sorry, I'm multitasking, and I'm really bad at it sometimes. As you're glancing around the room, you see that there are all sorts of eclectic items in here, but you do happen to glance over and you see the barrel of all the different kinds of potions, and right next to it, to the right of it, there's a sort of hutch sort of piece of furniture, and it has a shelf that's about waist height, and it has various vials that are all kind of organized and lined up, and the ones in line seem to be matching in either shape, size, color, or they look like they're the same thing. And there's a couple of shelves, and they all have different colored potions that are all kind of lined up. And there's about 2 or 3 at most of each one, and the higher up the shelf you go, the fewer you see. And so the top shelf that's above your head only has 1 vial of different colors above you. But you recognize that there are some potions that look like potions of healing on the lower shelf. And as you're looking at them, Elria scurries up and goes,
Oh, yes, those are my collection of healing potions. There's several there. As you go further up the shelf, things get more expensive. What exactly can I help you find, my dear?
Oh, simple remedy potions. Anything that'll just give me a bit more pep to my step after a long tussle.
Pep to your step. Are you needing something to help give you a second wind, or are you just looking for something to provide some healing capabilities to your injuries?
Healing and maybe numb down any of the wounds that I've taken.
Interesting. All right. Well, I do have some basic healing potions here.
and she kind of moves her hand up. So for her, it's up, and she kind of moves up to the edge of the hutch, and she taps one row, and there's 3 of them there. And they are basically just a little like spherical, like what you think of as like a fantasy potion bottle, a little sphere on the bottom, a little flute, cork in the top, and there's 3 of them.
And it says these are just common healing potions. They are 50 gold each.
And then she kind of like points up at the shelf above it, and there's another row directly above that one on the next shelf, and those ones are more of a square shaped potion vial, and it kind of gets narrower as it gets up towards the circular cork at the top.
And then those are potions of what we call greater healing, and those are 100 gold each, and I only have 2 of those. Besides that's the only healing potions I do have at this time. What was the other thing you said? A potion that numbs you, I believe is what you said.
It doesn't need to do that. I just thought I'd add that thought in there. Almost
Yes,
like I
yes.
was putting ice on a particular bruise.
Interesting. All right. The closest thing,
And you see her thinking.
the closest thing I may have to that would probably be.
And she kind of scurries around you the other side, and she points up to the highest level of the shelf. Like the highest shelf, and she points up, and you can see where she's pointing.
And she goes, up there is a potion that when you drink it, it gives you a sense of how do I put this?
And you can see she's struggling for the words.
It makes you feel stronger. It makes you feel like you can take on anything, as if nothing could hurt you.
And essentially what she's trying to describe is a potion of resistance. Which, it essentially that.
And that one is 300 gold. I only have 1 of those, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, that's a little rich for my blood.
Yes, they are very expensive. It's very difficult to get those from the university with the with the arcane ministers there and the different potion makers.
Well, why don't I just take one of these standard potions then?
All right. Well, as I said, the regulars are 50 apiece. I have 3 total.
I only have the coin for 1.
Oh, very well.
And she holds both of her hands out in front of her, almost as like, please, sir, can I have some more? And holds her hands up for you to put the gold into.
Removed I take the 50 gold piece, I set it gently within her palms. It's probably piling and
yeah, there'd be a few of them there, yeah. Yeah, and she like her arms kind of give a little bit as you put the coins in her hands.
Oh, thank you very much.
And she's
Would
like,
you rather me set them on the counter for you?
You know what, dearie? That would be very appreciated.
And she puts her hands back up so for you to take them out of her hand.
Yeah, but I'll take the coins and I'll move it over to the counter while I'm guessing she would grab the bottle.
Yes, she reaches up very carefully, grabs it, slides it, and then hands it to you. And you now have a potion of healing, a standard potion of healing.
Yay.
Yep. And then as she does that, she says,
and if you're interested, she points to the barrel and says, this is a barrel of, these are leftovers. Is the best way I can explain it. Essentially, when the wizards and arcane students up at the university are practicing their potion making, some of them don't go according to plan, and they need to get rid of them, and so several of the shops here in town, myself included, will purchase them at a very reasonable price and resell them here. Unfortunately, we don't know what they are, what they do. So I've been assured none of them are dangerous, but that's essentially all I know. But the entire barrel here, they are 5 silver apiece.
I'm not going to be that much of a risk taker, afraid.
Completely understandable, dear. They're not for everyone. But like I said, it's not so much of a risk. I can assure you they are more. They're not dangerous to you or your health. That I can promise you. But of course, you do what you want.
All right, you do drive a little bit of a bargain on that. I will take one, just out of curiosity.
So the way that this works is you need to roll me a 1d12.
Okay.
And tell me what the result is.
Well, I'll do that. I got 12.
You got 12. Okay. So you stick your hand into the barrel and you just kind of stick it in and pull it out, and out comes a simple vial. It's basically just a long, narrow flute. There's no bulb to it or anything like that, and it has a soft rose color to it. It has a hue to it as well, and you uncork the cork and you take a whiff of it, and it smells like roses with sort of a salty overtone. And you now have this mystery potion that, like I said, matches that description. And then the way this will work is I'm going to write this down. And if you ever decide to consume it, I will tell you what it does.
How much does the potion weigh?
It's the same weight as the potion of healing. It's nothing it's nothing extra. It's the same size and weight, and it's just the color. You've never seen this particular look in a potion or a tonic before.
Okay. I don't recall what the weight of a standard healing potion would be.
Oh, I mean,
half
for half a pound. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too worried about weights, to be perfectly blunt with you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty forgiving on that, so don't stress that too much.
I added mystery potion to my backpack.
Nice. Okay. As a reminder for everybody, at this point, Basil has 1 mystery potion and Tyrope has 3.
Yeah. And I think I have the same one that you do.
I believe you do have at least one of those, because I remember describing this, so I'm pretty sure you have one of these mystery potions as well.
Yeah, because my unknown potion one I have noted as a pinkish rose liquid floral smell.
Yep, that's
so
correct.
I'm assuming that's that one.
Yep, so you each
Silver,
have one of
right?
those, yeah. Huh?
5 silver, right?
Yep, 5 silver. Yep, they're pretty cheap.
Boop.
There you go.
And after purchasing these, I'd turn over to Grigor. The rest of us will be waiting at the tavern.
I could make that out. What was that? Okay. So if you're done shopping, I mean, obviously, Elrias is.
Thank you very much for your business. I'm gonna get back to work. If you need anything at all, please let me know.
And she turns around and she scurries off behind the counter, and you see her moving some things around. And you can see her. All you see is her hands come up over the edge of the counter, and she just puts her hands all the way around the coins, and just feel her. You just hear, and she just scrapes the coins off the counter, and you just hear them fall down into something on the backside of the counter.
Okay. A nod, a wave, and Bass will be out the door and back down towards the tankard.
Okay.
I will also BRB real quick.
Okay. So yeah, Basil comes back down to the tankard. He takes his seat at one of the tables and just kind of relaxes for a bit. So at this time, you guys, like I said, you guys have been killing a few hours. I would say you have about a little around 2 hours left, if not a little bit less, till you need to meet with Spitwick. So time is kind of running out. At this point, Talina, you will have had your full long rest, so you are now good. If you have not marked it, go ahead and mark it. If you'd like Shadow at this point with you resting in the corner, based on the way this is going, if you want another short rest, you can have one, because she's actually been taking a nap. But if you don't need it, don't worry about it.
Dax is still EP.
Yep, still EP. So if she needs it, you can give her a short rest. Everybody else that you guys have been hanging around, is there anything else that you'd like to do with about a remaining hour and a half to 2 hours until you need to meet with Spitwick? By the way, Garrow is in the tankard with you all. He's just sitting, eating a meal and drinking a tankard of mead. And trying to not upset Othwin.
It's okay. Othwin's eating some of his food.
And he...
So Othwin is actively on guard duty.
Yes. And every time that, when he first got the food and Othwin went for it the first time, he tried to swat her. And I assume she would not have taken
She
kindly to
swatted
that.
back.
And she swatted back. And he just, he recoils his hands like, ow. All right, fine. Have at it. And so, he kind of is, begrudgingly sharing his food with you.
Who's in the tavern, not too close to Athwin and what's his face?
Well, Dax is in the corner sleeping. You're in your room. Grigor is not there. He's still back with Elria. And so it would be Othwin's with him. So the question would be Merrick, and then when Basil gets back, I just kind of had him sit there, so he'll get to decide where he wants. But yeah, so I don't know where.
I would like to talk to the piece of shit that we bailed out of jail.
Okay, so then I would assume you'd be sitting at the table with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you start that conversation then, and I'll jump in when Talina would quote unquote wake up.
So yeah, so in that case,
oh man,
Jesse,
I'm starting to get all the yawns out.
No, you're good. Yeah, so he's just sitting there and he's eating and he's kind of trying not to piss Othwin off, but he's sitting at the same table with you.
We can say that I'm sitting across from him and just enjoying how he's afraid of a bird.
Yeah, it's a very fun sight to behold.
Have you seen the bird?
Hmm?
Have you seen the bird?
No. I mean, just good luck getting Merrick afraid or anything. There are things we don't talk about it.
Okay. Well, as of right now, it's your table basically. Oh, real quick, Melon's back. Melon, where would Basil have sat when he came in? There's a table right now where Garrow is eating a meal with Othwin basically stealing some of his food. Merrick is sitting at the table watching him. Dax is in the corner sleeping. Talina's back in her quarters still sleeping. And Grigor is still over at the smithy.
Basil would
Sorry, Elria's.
probably just pop down next to Alex.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Monthold. My bad. I meant the Emporium. Okay, so
It's
yeah.
an Emporium.
Where the Elria's Glimmer Emporium, where he works.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
how has he been? This would be addressed
Afraid of
to
our friend.
Alex. I mean, there's some validity to that.
I nod once.
And Basil's just staring at the bird at Othwin. As the conversation is happening, but both of them are both Basil and Alex, I'm guessing, are just watching the entire scene unfold in front of them.
Kind of, but then I would kind of lean in over the table. Yeah, I'm just assuming that I'm sitting across from them. From Garrow and the bird. So now that you're out, do you feel like sharing?
He takes you see him swallow a big bite of the meat that he's just eaten, and he looks up.
Well, I suppose I do have you to thank for getting me out. I still can't believe that they went for that. Although I'm not convinced that y'all are just not going to kill me.
And he looks down at Othwin, with kind of leaning back a little bit.
The most innocent looking face right now.
And
Complete innocence.
and his
Basil
eyebrow
just-
raises.
Basil will just comment, "Your actions need to speak volumes."
Merrick's gonna put his hand up to kind of sign Basil to not talk right now. I did let you finish saying that. I didn't interrupt you, but
Basil
I
will
just kind of put my
nod
hand up like
and-
that.
Basil will nod and just kind of sit back.
Garrow looks between the two of them, a little confused, but then looks back.
So this one right here, as I point to Basil, has his moral code or whatever drove him to just fight it out with you. I have my way of doing things. My way is based on usefulness. Someone is useful for me, I consider being useful back. Now, let me put things into perspective for you. As far as I understand, as far as you said, you're a dead man because you have failed whoever it is you worked for, and they know you have because one of your people got away. They would have told about the massacre we committed at the docks, so there's no coming back from that.
As you say,
There is no.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna keep going with the monologue,
Sure.
with the monologues to
Okay.
say right now.
Well, as you mentioned, the fact that one of them got away, and that he's not reported in yet, or any of that sort of stuff, and he's kind of listening to you. The look on his face is starting to have that realization of you might have some validity to your statement. You might be right, and he's still slowly eating and trying not to upset Othwin and that sort of stuff. But he is. You can tell as you continue on, he's starting to listen a little more intently. He hasn't responded yet, but he is listening. Anyways, go ahead. Carry on.
At the end of the night, we got out of the docks with the lands that you were sent for, not you. So there is no coming back for you from that. Now, the guards also want you for all the things that you did. And they have set me a condition that if I meet, both of us will benefit. Their condition is A, either dealing a heavy blow to your outfit or getting rid of it entirely, which is why you're here, and B, you no longer being a problem. Now, yes, my associates, I'm gonna say my associate, and then I'm throwing a glance at Athman and be like, associates might want you dead, but that, or you being out of the city and never returning, I think will work for the guards either way. The only way for you to achieve that, though, is through me, through us, through giving us the information we need. Now, we're going to keep an eye on you until that information pays off, so that we're sure. When it is, you can have your freedom.
He looks down at his table a little bit, and he has the very simple wooden fork that he's been eating with, and he's kind of moving his meat around a little bit. Like he has a couple pieces of sliced up meat. He's just kind of moving around on his plate.
So let me understand this correctly. If I give you what you need from an information standpoint, you just need me to leave town and never come back, so I'm no longer a problem for the law, and so I don't get found by my gang and killed. Is that about right?
You do. Again, as long as the information you give us is actually useful. Forgive me if I don't let you go simply on your word.
He's like, you can see the gears turning in his head, like he's trying to figure a plan here.
How do I know if I tell you what you want, you're just not going to kill me?
You don't.
Well, that's less than comforting.
But, I mean, you're betting on me the same way I'm betting on you. I just gave the guards my name and told them where to find me if I fail them. Do you really think... Listen. For you, there's no way out, except for the one I'm offering. You're either dead, or you go back to your buddies. You're dead. You go to the guards. Considering what I heard them list about you, you're dead. Or you give me what I need, and you might go. I'm leaning that way. Again, usefulness. How useful are you going to be is how likely you are to get out.
Roll me a persuasion with advantage. Well done.
I need to find it because I'm dumb. There we go.
Also, if you guys haven't picked up on it yet, as far as a DM style, roleplay first. So if you can hit the right combination of words, essentially in an argument or negotiation, I will do what I can to reward that. Because it's not just gonna be rolls. Sometimes it's gonna be roleplay. Okay, fantastic. That's good. Those are good rolls. As you
I do wish I got a nat 20 on that. That would have been great.
That would have been great, yeah. as you say this, and as you basically are listing off, like, if you do this, you're dead. If you go here, you're dead. Like, basically saying, I'm your way out. As you're relaying this, his shoulders drop, and he kind of slumps back in his chair a bit, and his back hits his chair, and you kind of see this defeated sense wash over him. Damn it, you're right. And he kind of drops his fork on the plate and crosses his arms.
My captain's name is Overn Harkett. He runs the low hoods in this district. He was the one who assigned us to go find those plants and get them back to him. I don't know why. It seemed odd, but you don't exactly ask questions unless you want to be strung up. And yes, you're right. If I go back empty-handed, especially considering the fact one of our boys got away, I'm probably dead, especially with me being gone all bloody night.
And for spelling purposes,
Yes, please.
Overn, Overn Harkett, Harket, Overn Harkett.
I'm telling you,
I
right
almost
now,
didn't misspell it.
There you go.
I'm telling you right now, Harkett's no one to be messed with. He's a brute. He's ruthless. I once watched him take one of the thugs that robbed the wrong person, and he ripped both his arms off right in front of us.
I smirk in that. Is he an orc?
Maybe. Either that or half orc, I'm not sure. He's a big son of a bitch, that's for sure. Got a temper that's pretty short.
I nod on that and I just kind of throw a glance at Basil. Whether Basil is going to get it or not, I'm going to leave it up to you, Melon, but that would be alluding to the fact that I mentioned an orc earlier.
Yeah, he did tell you, both of them did relay their story. So you guys did hear the thing that happened last session, they relayed that entire story. So
as Gara was listing off the description of his captain, Basil would have been raising an eyebrow, and if Merrick had looked over to him, he'd look back and give a nod.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Name? He operates in his district. Good start. Let's see if you can give us some more. Say, where is your hideout or hideouts? How do you communicate? How did you receive your orders?
Well, he told me in person. It was just a conversation. That's usually how he does things. It's not usually through couriers or anything like that. As far as where, it's never the same place twice. The Lowhoods don't have a hideout. That's why we've not been caught. At least. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was a whisper.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to answer a thing.
I mean, I'm sure that the leaders operate out of certain locations, but it's pretty much wherever we can find. Abandoned houses, caves, the catacombs under the city, empty warehouses, empty ships, the back room of a tavern or someone who's loyal to us, things like that.
I assume that captain of yours has someone else he reports to, and you wouldn't know who that is.
No, I do that on purpose. Besides, Captain Harkett's pretty high up the food chain, so more than likely he's the one who's issuing the orders for himself, but I have no way of knowing otherwise.
So, assuming I'm gonna word this differently. Let's say you were to try and find him, or he would try and find you. How would you go about it, or how does he go about it? How do we get an audience?
What, with Harkett? You want to meet with Harkett?
Nods. Yep.
I mean,
And you see him kind of struggling. He's kind of looking around. You can see this internal conflict going on.
Typically, he will send someone to find me, and I'll meet with him wherever he asks. A back alley, a warehouse, house, something like that. And he issues his orders. I don't go seeking him out unless it's an emergency. And even then,
look, and he kind of stops. And he kind of sits up a little bit and puts his elbows on the table. Look,
friend, we're thieves, all right? We're brutes. We're criminals. We're not exactly an army. We're not some underground association or whatever. We steal, we rob, we pillage. We're brutes. That's it. This isn't. We don't operate in certain ways. This is.
And you see there's this, as he's saying this, he kind of pauses, and you see this look on his face like he's struggling with the identity he just gave you. Like it feels like he's telling you what he's telling you, but it's almost like he doesn't like what he's telling you.
The fact that we're being ordered around for these sort of things is not normal for us. The whole thing is weird. All right. The whole Low Hood's turning into some little army or whatever is just doesn't make sense. That's not what we are. It's not what we usually are. For better or for worse, we're thieves. That's all we are.
I don't know. I don't know how much more I can help. And he kind of crosses his arms, leans back in his chair, and kind of looks down at his plate.
I lean back, just kind of a bit more relaxed.
Neon, I was just about to ask. Insight check.
Okay. Just right now or at any point?
After everything that he has said.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Yeah, there was one more thing I was going to ask him if you're down to. Well, I'm probably gonna roll one later anyway. So.
Okay. With that roll, Basil, from your perspective, it seems like it's kind of a mixture of you feel like he's being honest, but you also feel like he's holding some things back, but you're not quite sure what. But for the most part, you feel like he's being pretty straightforward. Like he's kind of resigned himself, but you're not really sure. Like there's that lingering question of, can I trust this guy? We know who he is, but it also feels like he's being honest. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Go ahead, Merrick.
As I lean back after you said all of that, and after you said, like, I don't know what else I can tell you, I would look in a general direction of where Dax is currently napping. If you know how you operate, and I understand that apparently what's going on now is out of standard, tell me this, and this is for your sake because it's the precise issue my associate is worried about. Are you people wants to hold a grudge because one of you got away from a warehouse where all of us stopped you, so quite obviously we don't want Low Hood's coming after us. Are them knowing about it as going to be an issue?
Like, and he looks a little confused. Like, is my group the one? Like, do they hold grudges against you, me, or hold grudges against who?
Us, for preventing your stealing in a manner that we did.
Oh, like, are they gonna come after you for killing a bunch of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. You think it's? What would you do if we showed up and killed a bunch of your friends? I don't think you'd like that too much, would you? Of course they're gonna come for you. If they can figure out who you are, of course.
Well, good chat. And I'm gonna do an insight check right now.
Okay.
Well,
go ahead.
Let's see how good I do at it.
On that last thing that he said, how's his body language from that? Given that I can see them from across the room.
On the last thing that Garrow said?
Yeah.
When he
if we killed a bunch of yours, would you?
It's kind of that body language when somebody asks you a question that has what you perceive as an obvious answer, and you're kind of like, well, duh. Like like whatever you picture in your head, that's essentially what he's doing. It's the response of, yeah, of course they're gonna come after you. What, are you crazy?
Right. So no like pointing at him or anything like leaning forward like an aggressive kind of.
No, nothing aggressive. More of like, well, yeah, kind of like his hands kind of go up to his sides, like, duh, yeah. There you go, dragon. There you go, yeah. Yeah,
no,
I'm kidding. Not exactly that, but essentially, like, he leans back in his chair and his arms go up. He's like, well, yeah, of course they're gonna come after you. And he's like, his face kind of contorts a bit, and his shoulders kind of come up, like, duh.
And I also rolled a 15.
Okay. That's right. Sorry. So same kind of thing as what I told Basil. Of you feel like he's being pretty honest with you, especially on most of his answers, but it feels like he's maybe being. Not necessarily that he's lying, but more maybe he's keeping some things to himself. Maybe he's being, like, you're not 100% certain. You just can, you're, and again, it's that thing of, you know this guy's a criminal. You're not sure how much you can trust him, but it does feel like he's being pretty straightforward for the most part. Enough that you feel satisfied with his answers at face value currently.
All right. Well, yeah. I wouldn't expect them to do anything else, but I haven't encountered your people, so need to make sure. With that, Mary's kind of, or I just kind of begin to stand up and just kind of leave, go get myself a drink, but I still say to him, you are, like I said, staying with us until we confirm and or make use of what you told us. Not gonna lie, your chance of surviving pretty high. And then I just turn around and go get myself a drink.
His eyebrow raises when you say that, and he carefully and cautiously goes back to eating. So at this point, it's been long enough that, like I said, Talina, you've had your long rest, and would you have joined the group at any point, or would you have stayed in your room?
I was as I whispered earlier, I was peeking around through the stage curtains or from the green room or from wherever I could see the table. I was watching, but not within earshot. But now that Merrick is getting up and going towards, I presume, the bar, she would head towards where he is.
Okay. So Merrick, you notice Talina approaching you from behind the curtain of, well, basically behind the stage as you approach the bar.
Approaching me?
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you trying to hide it?
No, I'm straight up walking towards you with the purpose as if I'm going to start a conversation, because I am going to start a conversation.
All right.
What's he doing here? And she like subtly points at Athwin's new toy.
Athwin's new toy. Well, let's put it this way. He had the information that we needed. He wouldn't give it to us in jail. So, kind of bailed him out. Promised that he's going to get out of this alive. Now, between you and me, I'm still 50-50 on that. I think it's more Dax we have to worry about. But he did tell us something we didn't know, in case he decides to do even more of that, because in telling us something we don't know. I do feel like he's holding something back. Who knows? My 50-50 will go into maybe actually letting him live. The guard's condition on his release were that he is no longer a problem, so either way he's going to be gone from the city, or that is my hope.
I don't know if I odd character real quick. I don't know if I trust him by saying like he's going to live, or like his whole promise. So I'm gonna see if I can roll an insight against Merrick.
Ooh, okay. So
and
I don't know if I want to save you the trouble on it, because honestly, Merrick himself is unsure. Like, well, okay, we can roll insight and see if you can get that.
So basically, the way this will work is you need to roll either a persuasion or a deception roll. Merrick.
I'm rolling persuasion.
Okay, and then
snap.
Oh
Oh my
I rolled
gosh!
18 plus 2.
We got 2 nat 20s.
No, one
Well,
nat.
not
No,
nat
dirty
20.
20s.
It-
Dirty
Yeah,
20s.
they were dirty 20s.
They're
yeah.
regular 20s.
Yeah.
I
Still.
just have a lot of persuasion. How do you want to roll this, Neon?
Well, it's an even match. So you can
Even
either
team.
do rollies and roll again, or like you said, since Merrick himself isn't sure.
Yeah, I'm okay with getting an uncertain read.
Yeah, because it's meets it
Yeah,
beats it.
this
so
is-
like
Meta beat it. Yeah, you would get a sense that Merrick is telling you the truth. He himself is not yet sure if he actually wants to kill the guy or not.
Dabby said.
Yeah, that's the vibe she was trying to get. Like, is he just breaking him out of jail to get him into a dark corner to, off him? And she's not getting that vibe fully, but she's also not sure if the man's gonna survive until sunset.
Yeah.
As you said also with Dax, so. Well, I guess if he has useful info, we could extract that. And as I turn to face the table, I'm not assuming that I can see Athwin share his plate, quote unquote.
yeah, you can see it for sure. Unless at any point, I will say that unless you've jumped off and done something else. But if you're still sitting there guarding Garrow and stealing from his plate, that's up to you.
Oh, she's a full-on guard owl mode.
There you go. Yep.
Should we be more worried
Yeah, I'm on
about...
hold pretty much.
Should we be more worried about Dax or the floofball? And like she
I would look between the
legitimately
two of
looks
them.
confused at this scene at the table.
Yeah. Dax. The bird is reactive. Dax is pretty set. Well, let's put it this way. Also, between you and me, Dax's concern was identity leak. The fact that she will be hunted for what we did. I'm gonna say for her, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, murder tends to do that.
It's not even murder that we did. It's last night's encounter with some of them in the streets after we split. I doubt they saw me or paid me much attention, but they did see her.
Go on. And I'm assuming that you can abbreviate the whole thing if you explain what happened or not.
I would explain in brief terms that we saw the exchange. We saw the dude get some parchment, like the big guy get some parchment. She tried to steal it, and she stole something, and then she got away, and they chased her. So like I would give that kind of brief.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and unless I'm incorrect, and unless this has happened otherwise, you don't know that Dax got away with a coin purse of a pretty nice little chunk of coin that she currently has on her. Shadow, I don't know if you would did you relay that at any point?
No, she hasn't revealed that to anyone yet.
Okay, cool.
She hasn't told them what she stole.
Cool. There you go.
Yeah, I remember from last week, as much as you told me, I did spot that she cut something off his belt, but it wasn't, like, I know that it wasn't the parchment purse.
Correct.
That's all I know.
Yeah.
I just know that she stole something.
Mhm.
And then I also relay to Talina the stuff that Garrett told me. And I did make notes on that, so actually I'm going to just drop them in. Because I don't want to repeat it. And it's going to be out there for everyone to see. There you go, my note-taking skills.
Nice.
in bullet points that are very poorly organized in a smaller chat window. Yeah, my intention with this guy is that we... And I just kind of exhale disappointingly as I'm about to say what I'm going to say next. Drag him around with us until his intel proves useful, and after that, decide what to do with him. I don't think our employer will take kindly to it, but hey, he's the one who got us into this mess. He's going to have to deal with it.
You know what? I'm not sure. We should ask him. Speaking of, where's this little lackey?
So
she looks
should
around.
be
to
around
see
in a
if
couple
there's
more
anything
hours.
around.
no, actually, I'd say timing-wise at this point, you realize it's not much longer until you're midday, so you don't have to wait much longer. And I'd say during the course of this conversation, obviously you guys didn't chat for a super long period of time, but it's pretty darn close to the point when Spitwick is supposed to show up.
Oh, okay. I was gonna take a short rest after the conversation.
I mean, you only had about an hour and a half left when Basil got back. So throughout the course of that conversation, the back and forth and everything, it's probably another like the next half hour or so. Spitwick is supposed to show up.
All right, fair enough.
And then yeah, I was gonna say Monhold. That's perfect. So right around this time, Grigor rejoins you guys. You see him walk up and rejoin the group at the tankard when you guys finish talking.
Yeah, then that's what I say. Assuming I'm smart enough to know time because I assume there's no clocks or anything up in walls. I don't know D&D.
No, you just like the Disney Hercules. You
But
have
I can
a sundial on
estimate
your
and I
wrist. It's
relay
fine.
like about 30 minutes.
Yeah, and Grigor walks back up, and then you guys know that it's basically pretty close to that time. Grigor takes a double take. Oh, Monhold. So yeah, as you walk up, you realize Garrow is sitting at the table eating food, and you see Othwin standing at the table holding a stick, staring intently at him. And everyone's very casual about the fact that Garrow's just sitting at the table.
She's sitting on his shoulder still. She has not
Okay.
left that shoulder.
Oh, back on the shoulder. Okay.
It's so funny.
She's forcing
It's
him
just
to
two
feed
people
her.
that decided not to go just walked out and I'm like, what the fuck is he doing here?
Yeah, so Monhold, does Grigor do anything when he shows up and sees this?
He would just look like awfully surprised
Okay.
and a bit unnerved.
Yeah, and you guys would notice this. You'd see him look very shocked at Garrow being at the table. And Garrow looks up. What?
Don't worry, he's harmless for the time being.
And you hear a slight scoff and chuckle under his breath from Garrow.
Athos gonna smack him with a stick because she wants more food. Damn it!
And he begrudgingly holds up the last chunk of bread that he was eating, and he just holds it up. Fine, take it.
And Basil will just kind of like whole-handed point, open palm up, like, see what I mean?
Jesse, you would pay. Depending on what you want,
Something light.
something light, 4 copper.
4 copper. Oh, look at that. I have exactly 4 copper.
There you go.
Get rid of those pennies.
How the fuck do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Merrick would after that, like I said all that, and I see Rio come back and react to the situation. I just kind of assume the conversation is over, and I grab my drink, and I walk towards where Dax is napping.
Okay. And so you go over there. You walk that direction. Grigor comes down, meets with the group, looks very concerned and confused at Garrow's presence. And I'd say a short time passes, and all of a sudden there's Spitwick, and he comes into he comes in, and he doesn't notice Garrow at first. He comes up and he just climbs up onto the table with the group, and says, "All right, so whoa!" And he sees Garrow, and he backs up, and he pulls a little dagger from his belt. And the dagger that he pulls, the blade isn't a blade. It's a stone that's been like carved to the shape of a blade. It looks like almost what you'd picture like Native Americans used as blades, like a flint or something, or like shale. That's been like, so it's a jagged thing, and it's like probably one he made himself or has had for a long time. And he pulls this blade out, and the hilt looks very nice, but the blade doesn't. It's weird, it doesn't match. And he pulls,
What's this guy doing here? I've seen him around. I know who he is. Sort of, kind of.
Basil holds up a hand, basically trying to calm Spitwick at this point. He's under control, and he's actually helping us out a little bit.
Garrow kind of holds his hands up at his, like, just kind of raises his elbow. He's not like panicking. He's more just putting his hands up like, yeah, I'm friendly now.
Wouldn't push it that far, but
He just kind of shrugs towards Basil. Spitwick just kind of stares and looks between Basil and Garrow and Basil and back and forth. And he lowers his blade a little bit, still like keeping it in his hand.
Yeah, okay. You're
He
not.
was one of the loose ends I had to clean up today.
This is cleaning up a loose end? Oh, boy, do you. Oh, my God.
And he face palms right there in front of you. He looks back up.
You're not taking him with us to see the boss, are you?
And he has a concerned look on his face.
Well, he has information that the boss might want to know. Or,
We've collected most
You
of
know.
that information. So, as long as somebody babysits him, we should be okay.
And he is pinching the bridge of his nose and just kind of rubbing it and just like,
I don't get paid enough for this.
and he puts his blade back in his belt and says, "Let's go." But and he turns around and he looks at Garrow and he does that thing where he turns around real quick on his heels and he moves his hand in such a way where his palm kind of, he has his finger pointed out, he has his fingers all, like he's like the pointing symbol, like gesture, and he twists his hand up in such a way where he's like pointing upwards towards him with his hand like facing upwards. It's like,
But listen, you're not going just like this.
and he takes out. How would he do this? Let's see. He would do.
It's like, we need to make sure he can't see his way there. All right, that's the deal. So unless anyone has an idea,
And he reaches into a little pouch on his left.
somebody better have an idea right now.
I do. I snap my fingers and 4 little lights appear and just circle in front of his eyes. Kind of like a flashbang kind of effect.
Okay.
I guess let's blind him instead.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
It only lasts a minute, but it's a cantrip, so I can keep recasting. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm basically casting dancing lights over and over again.
and so he just has these 4 dancing basically light bulbs right in his face. He can't see anything but I think blue, right? If I'm not mistaken, they're blue light.
I can make them any
You
color,
make any
but
color?
yeah, the
Okay.
cyan is kind of her go-to color.
Okay, so it's this bright, very whitish blue color that's just dancing in his face, and he's wincing and he's trying to move away from, trying to move his head. And every time he moves his head, the lights move with it, so he can't see anything but light. And Othwin, you're off to the side, and obviously the magical effect is directed towards his face. And because you're a cleric that's used to light, this doesn't really affect you the same way. I'll leave it to you if you want her to do anything different, or Tyrope if you want to do anything different with your spell. But I would say that it's not going to be like just normal.
Well, each of them only sheds dim light, so because it's not directly in Athwin's face, it wouldn't blind her, I don't think.
Perfect. Okay.
It's okay. She got a countermeasure for this. The moment the lights appear right pretty much next to her in a way.
Oh, she puts her goggles on.
She puts her widow goggles on.
I forgot that she had goggles this whole time. So now something that you haven't seen before is Othwin slides these little goggles down over her face. And now, please describe the goggles, because I don't know. Because to me, they do something different, but I'll let you describe it, what they look like and how they work.
Think almost like the steampunk style goggles.
Oh, like welding goggles?
Or like old school motorcycle goggles from like the 20s.
Hold on, let me see if I can find... Because there's a character I'm thinking of that has almost just like them. But I can't think of the character's
Hang on.
name.
I think I know. Maybe? No. Oh, she doesn't have
Like
it.
these
Okay,
kind?
never mind.
Yeah, those are old school motorcycle or pilot goggles from like the 20s or the 30s.
Something like that.
I'm curious to see what you found, though, for that. While you're looking, though, and so you guys can get a visual, she puts these little goggles on, and the lights obviously don't affect her. Garrow can't escape them, and so he's basically blind. He has to keep his eyes closed. And so Spitwick looks content. His hand slides out of the leather pouch on his left hip, and his hand goes down and says, "Very well." And he turns around and he starts wandering off. And you guys know, having followed him before, you need to keep pace, and he's going to guide you to Cassivus's den, and you're probably not going to be able to find it without him.
All right.
Was Dax awake at this point?
I don't know. Is Dax awake at this point?
Yeah, Dax would have woken up by now.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Or you do get that short rest if you want it. I don't know if you need it, but you do get it.
No, I don't need it. She was just sleeping because she was eeping.
She was eepy. Okay.
Pausing real
Mhm.
quick, because I've been noticing a few yawny yawns between us.
Oh yeah, I've been yawning since I yawned before we even started. It's just one of those days.
Okay.
Yeah. I always yawn.
If we do need to take a
I'm
quick,
surprisingly good.
if we do, I know me too. Actually, I might need to go grab a quick little snack real fast. If you guys want to
I'm
take a
drinking
5-minute.
I need to go
Sure.
get coffee.
Okay.
And I'm also curious about how long we want to keep going for, because it is basically, I would say 9 p.m. my time.
It is 9 p.m. my time as well. I know that we started earlier
10
today.
my time.
Yeah, I know we started earlier today so that we could go a little later, but it's up to you guys. It's obviously we're not going to. It's very clear to me we're nowhere near finishing up in this session, which is totally fine. I like where you guys have gone with this.
Yeah. Also, sorry to sidetrack probably what you had planned, but
Hey, plans.
Basil had his
Hey,
plans.
Neon should know by this
Oh, I do.
point
I
that
do.
we're never going to complete what he wants to complete in a session.
And not only that, I'm not even convinced you guys are even going to get to the end of the story at this point because you guys keep coming up with new things to go do, and I'm like, screw it, let's go, let's just do it. So at this point,
This is no longer a one shot or a single small story. This is a full on campaign.
It honestly is turning into a short one. Yeah, it's not far off. We're already on session 6 with a guaranteed session 7 at least. So yeah. That being said, let's go ahead and just take a quick at least a 5-minute break. Everybody can go use the restroom, grab a drink. I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick. Yeah, coffee, things like that.
I'm gonna yell at the neighbors to
Stretch.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, get your blood pumping, everything
I
like
have
that.
the goggles.
Yeah. Oh, you do. Okay.
At least the style of them.
Let's see.
God damn it! Hold on. There we go.
And I'll see if I can open them for stream to see so they have a visual as well.
Did you just send it straight to Neon?
No.
No, I'm gonna stick up in the thing. I had to get it for. Share X takes like 2 years to open.
Oh. Wait, really? I hit a button
There
and
is
pressed
For me,
it.
yes.
there is
Alright.
a history, and I've been wondering if I need to.
Those
purge the
goggles, minus the little gears in the middle.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on.
history. Wow.
That's very ornate.
I was gonna go. There was the character from Star Wars that had them. Then I looked at him again. I'm like, never mind. That's not what I was thinking. I can't remember. The
So-
character. It's like Maz something from the first
How do I show
with
this?
Ray.
Maz Kanata.
Yes. Her
Oh,
goggles.
yeah. Maz from the.
And then I
yeah.
looked at him again. I was like, wait, that's not what I remember.
Let me see if I can. I think I can show them on stream. Hold on. I'll do this. If
You
I-
should just be able to open it in the same browser window that you had Roll20 on. Might look a bit
Yep,
wonky,
There
but
we go. That's the goggles that she has just shown us, chat. So that's what you're looking at.
Just ignore the gears in the middle.
So, okay, cool. So, in that case, everybody, if you want to go ahead and give us 5 minutes, we're going to do a quick break. We're going to get some snackies, some drinks. But yeah, we're still early as far as I'm concerned, so I'm good to keep going as long as you guys are, and we can keep progressing through the story. And this is actually a good spot for us to stop as you guys are making your way to Cassivus's den. So this is a perfect spot to take a little break.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well then, guys, we will be right back. In fact, let me do this real fast. All right, everybody back?
Bye.
Sort of, yes.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I have my second shaker cup of Gamer Subs and a Pop-Tart. Wildberry.
I made a sandwich because I was hungry.
I may or may not have peanut butter and bread in front of my face, so I'm in the process of making sandwich, but I'm available to play.
I meant to put I'm here, but for some reason I put I see.
I read that and I was like, I don't get the context. Like, did I miss a message?
Yeah, no, that was meant to say I'm here, not I see.
But you know who doesn't see? Garo.
Well played. Well done.
Yeah.
Well, he does see, just nothing more than a couple of dancing lights.
That's also true.
Re.
All right, there he is. All right, let's go.
Did you just
He did just re. All right.
Oh, my neighbors think it's a terrific time to fucking launch music as loud as they fucking can.
That's fun.
Vibrate my floor, and there's nothing I can do about it.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to muscle down some food real
Yes,
quick.
everybody's gonna be talking with their mouth full
Mhm.
right now. It's fine. It's snack time.
It is snack time.
I just have coffee.
Yeah, I was about to say I got coffee too.
All right. So as we return back to the game, Spitwick has been leading your merry little band, winding through the streets of Darun in the direction of what you feel is back towards Cassivus' den. However, one thing that you notice right off the bat is actually, let me do this before I do anything. Everybody roll me a perception check, please.
Sorry.
What was that?
You crit fail. By default, you roll in that one. Okay.
Nuh-uh.
That timing, though. Good grief. Roll me a perception check.
Would you want would you want deception or perception?
Perception. You're perceiving something.
21.
21.
I don't see Jack.
9.
Yep. So, Merrick and Dax, you're too focused on Garrow, making sure he doesn't do something foolish. So you guys are focused purely on him. Grigor.
That's a good explanation. I like it.
Grigor, you're more focused on. You're not focused on him like you're worried. You're like, why is he here? Like, Grigor isn't worried about anything. He's just like, no one has properly explained to me why he is here. Othwin, you are more focused on Garrow as well. You're like you're
busy guiding him.
Yeah, you are like smacking his face occasionally if he's walking the wrong way or whatever. Like, you are more focused on him. However, Basil, you yes, you have you have daylight disadvantage. Yeah, so you rolled a 5. Yeah, so and then Selena, you're just wincing at the sunlight. You're just not a fan of it. Mixed with you're maintaining concentration on your cantrip because you have to basically keep recasting it essentially. So you're too distracted. But Basil, you recognize that you're taking a different route. This is not the same time. This is not the same route that you've taken to get to Cassivus the 2 times prior. It doesn't feel like it's just completely different streets. Like it's completely different. It's like you're taking completely.
2?
Didn't we visit him twice? I thought you guys went there twice.
Oh, we only went there once.
No, only once.
Oh, my
But
apologies.
to say, did Basil take Basil take a trip that we didn't know about?
No, that's
Neon
my-
just accidentally experienced it.
No, that's my mistake. My apologies. I thought that you guys had gone back after you guys met with him. That's my bad. But
No, we've basically just been constantly talking at the tavern.
that's true. So, you guys, the first time you went there, obviously you kind of you didn't really know where you were going, but the route that Spitwick is taking is completely different. It's almost like he's taking you to a different part of the city. But then all of a sudden he rounds a corner and you're in the same alley. It's this weird sort of like, how are we here? But we're here. I don't get it. Okay, whatever. We're in the same alley. But Basil, you're the only one who notices this. The rest of you guys are too focused on following Spitwick and making sure that Garrow is not a problem. As you get into the alley, Spitwick turns when he gets to the end where you guys know the hidden door to be, and he turns and looks at Garrow, and he walks up and he points to he looks at Othwin and points to the other end of the alley and says, "I haven't placed that way."
Othwin's gonna take his ear and pull it to him. Try to see if
And he just
with the
instinctually
pull.
turns with the pull like a horse. Literally, he's like a big horse at this point. And he turns around and he's facing the other end of the alley, and then Spitwick nods in approval, turns around to the false door, and you see him reach onto the wall like he did before, finds that spot, and the door opens, and the wall goes in, slides to the side, and Garrow hears and says, "What's that? What's going on?" And he looks like scared, but he can't do anything. And then Spitwick motions for everybody to walk into the tunnel.
Was Garrow going to be following us? That's part of this, right?
It's up to you guys. Do you want him to go in first? Do you want him to follow? How do you want to do it?
Talena would be behind him regardless of where in the order he is.
Okay.
And Othwin needs to be told to turn him around.
Spitwick would go, Bird. And he's like motioning, like towards him.
Okay, she pulls the ear and turns him again.
Ah, stop doing that!
And he turns again. So you guys all file into the tunnel in some sort of order where Garrow's kind of in the middle. As you get in, same policy as before. The secret door.
My guy wishing he was dead right now.
Yeah, and then and you hear and the door locks again, and Garrow's like, "What is going on? What's happening?" And he's like, it looks like he's like holding his arms like he's ready to fight, even though you're just in a tunnel and he doesn't know it.
Othwin's gonna smack him with a stick.
Ow,
Yeah, the
stop
moment
hitting me!
Relax.
The moment the exterior door is completely locked, I'll stop casting dancing lights. So somewhere within the next minute, it'll just dissipate over time.
Okay, perfect timing then, because at this point, at about that time, Spitwick opens the door, and as you're walking into the den, that's when the lights fade. And as he starts to kind of, squint and shrug off the white spots that are now permanently melted into his face, he looks around and goes, "Where the hell am I? Where are we? Where'd you take me?" And he's looking around. And you guys all file in. You guys are not familiar with the space, but you obviously have been here before, so you recognize it. Doesn't feel as jarring as the last time. And Spitwick walks in, and you see him disappear over into the right side as he did the first time you came here. Garrow looks confused, looks around the room, kind of wanders a bit towards the fireplace, and just he's like looking up at the walls that are covered in books. It's just floor to ceiling, just books everywhere in this sort of very soft, like rounded edge room with the two openings on either side to make this sort of like double hourglass figure. And fire's still roaring as it did the first time. And after just a moment or so, Spitwick returns and he goes, "Now, before you do anything," and then Cassavus just struts into the room, rapier drawn, and is holding it towards Garrow. Says, "What is he doing here?" And his eyes, his purple eyes that don't have like pupils or anything, are like glowing, like almost like they're on fire. And he's staring down Garrow very intently.
Being useful. At least as much as he can be.
Useful. That's an
Garrow
interesting
can
word
see, right?
choice. Yeah, he can see at this point.
Yes, he can see now.
Yeah.
Okay. At the moment, as this is happening, Athwin's going to pull his ear and use her stick to point to a chair. Almost like demanding him to sit.
Stop hitting! Stop! Fine. And he sits down in a chair, and he's wincing, and like Caspis is watching as this tiny 2-foot burb is guiding, directing, and smacking Garrow into submission. And all of a sudden, his eyes stop glowing intently, and this devilish grin goes from almost ear to ear, and the rapier lowers. He goes, "That's the best thing I have seen all month." And you just see him and he sheathes his rapier and stands up straight and crosses his arms. Says,
I would walk up to him, to Cassius, and try to, in kind of low tones so that Garrow doesn't hear me, I mean, we'll see if anyone else goes up, but I'm just gonna say no to him.
Mm-hmm.
We got the plans out after this guy and his men jumped us, but our group was in turn jumped by somebody else working for let me find the name. Overn Harkett, one of these lowlives captains or whatever. This guy with us is the only lead we have.
His eyebrow goes up when you say the name. What did you say that name was?
Overn Harkett. Orc, half orc, something along those lines.
Oh, I'm familiar with Captain Harkett. And as he says this, he's walking slowly, like with that same just graceful glide slash like march kind of walk that he has that brings him into the center of the room near the fireplace. And as he gets near the fireplace, just as he approaches it, it goes from this light crackle to it just on its own just starts to build into an actual fire. Excuse me. And he sits down in his plush purple chair that's right next to the fireplace that he sat in before, crosses one leg over the knee of the other, and then puts his fingers together in front of him in that triangular shape. And he's staring Garrow down. So, you report to Captain Harkett, is that true? And, sorry, I was doing two things at once.
Now comes the fun part where Neon talks to himself.
Yeah.
That's okay, I just want to have an intelligent conversation, it's fine.
Don't worry about it.
As he says this, Garrow looks at him, furrows his brow, kind of stares at him and says, "That's correct." And Cassius leans back a bit, and then looks over to Alexander. You say that you were robbed a second time by individuals that worked for the captain, yes? And as he says that out loud, you notice that Garrow looks confused. Like you see like his face shows genuine surprise as what he just heard.
Oh no, my man's been lied to. Who would have thunk? I actually say that, you know.
Might be funny if you did, I'm not gonna lie.
It would have been funny.
Yeah, a bit more classy than that. Oh well. They need to play a different character for that. I will just nod to that question and say, as far as we can tell, working for the same Harkett, but whoever it was, they are more of a shadow than I am somehow. In, out, invisible, blink of an eye.
What did you see? And he's talking directly to Merrick when he says this. What did you see when this happened? Tell me every detail.
I was not there when they got robbed. I was there when they brought it to the captain.
Oh, who was there?
I see. Oh fuck! It was a male and a female figure, right? Because my memory shit.
You suspect that one is probably female and one is male. Yeah, you don't have confirmation, but based on the very limited amount of information you got, you're pretty sure one's male, one's female. But as you're saying this, he goes, "Who was there? Which one of you saw this happen?"
DM question. Prestidigitation allows me to create an instantaneous harmless sensory effect. And it gives some examples like a shower of sparks, an odd odor, or something like that. Can I create an effect that looks and smells like the smoke that came from the smoke grenade, but very localized, so that it's not actively like blurring the effect? But I'm just so back in character. If I may, we were kind of preoccupied by, and she snaps her fingers, and out of her fingertips comes this smoke that has the same consistency as the smoke that was all around us. This, but bigger, from some sort of thrown thing on the ground.
So, as you say that, you snap your fingers. As soon as you snap, it's not just smoke that comes out of your fingers. It replicates the exact effect of the where a small explosion happens, smoke poofs out from a singular point, billows for a second, and then dissipates. It's like an exact copy of it, right? But very, very small and localized, right above your fingers.
Yeah, basically its size.
Yep. And Caspis leans in and is leaning on his. He's changed his position so that both feet are planted, and he's leaning on his knees, and he has his hands up to his mouth, and he's kind of leaning on his thumbs, basically, and he's watching this, and he leans forward, and you hear him take a large as he sniffs in, and and the smoke kind of drifts towards him just a little bit, and he kind of smells it. Interesting. Was there one or was there two of them?
Figures or pops? Because there was one pop
apologies,
and two figures.
Those who stole from you, not the pop. I assume it was just the one pop, yes? And you couldn't see through
Yes.
it?
I mean, and she just snaps her fingers again for a similar smoke effect, and but between their eyes, like
duh.
not really.
I thank you. I understood that part. Fair enough. But was there one or two thieves?
As far as we've seen.
That's...
I'm sorry. There's two people talking at once. Say it again.
I heard two sets of shuffle. I wouldn't call them footsteps. They were two.
And he looks back to
That's the
Merrick.
word I'm looking for. Subtle.
Yeah. And he looks back to Merrick and says, "And you say you saw two individuals give Captain Hawkins something?"
I believe one of those individuals might be male and the other one female. I am not sure.
And
but
as you
again,
say
they
that,
come and go as they please.
As you say that, his brow furrows for a bit, and he looks very intently at you. He's like, "Tell me, what did you when you saw them? What did they look like? Please tell me you saw them."
I did not see their faces, nothing beyond their dark clothes.
Is anyone else with you when this happened? He glances around to the group very quickly.
I just point at Dax.
And he looks over at Dax like hope, and his face looks like expectantly like, or do you have anything else you can contribute?
No, she kind of just she slowly shakes her head no, that Merrick got most of it. So I mean, the only thing she would have to add is that she got chased by them. So
You were chased by the two shadowy figures, or by who?
oh, by should clarify. Why am I blanking on their name?
The Low Hoods.
Low hoods.
Yeah,
Low
the Low
Hoods.
Hoods. After she tried to grab the purse.
Oh, okay. So she
or
recounts the whole
satchel.
story.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
she-
okay.
Yeah, she adds that part. But everything else, she doesn't have anything else to add, as Merrick got most of it.
He listens intently as you recount the details of your valiant yet failed attempt to steal the parchment. Of how you had to run and be pursued by the Low Hoods through the city. And as you're telling the story, he's listening, and he's just kind of wrapping his fingers together, like in that little kind of like flowing motion that you might see, like each finger. And he's listening, and then when you get to the end of the story, he stops. So interesting. I was not expecting that. Well, and he leans back and puts his foot back, his ankle back up on his other knee, and puts his fingers back together in front of him with his elbows on the armrest of his chair. Sounds like you've been visited by some legends. I'm actually very surprised they're even in the city. I hadn't heard that they had returned. It sounds like the work of Zephyr and Vexia. They are a set of twins that, unfortunately, are extremely gifted at
How do you spell that?
thievery. Yep. So, exactly, Tyro, perfect. That's exactly how both of them are spelled. Yeah, Zephyr and Vexia. Mm-hmm. And so, he says they are a set of twins that have been. No one really knows anything about them, to be quite honest with you. All I know is that they are one of the most renowned set of thieves and hired hands that you can procure. Not only are they extremely gifted at sneaking in and out of locations and getting things of value, they're quite dangerous. They're very fast and quick with their weapons, and they're not ones to be trifled with. So it's quite good that they took what they wanted and you didn't get caught up in a fight with them. I've hired them once through an intermediary many years ago. I can't afford them anymore. They're too expensive. Which goes to what I was about to say, which is the fact that they not only are back in Darun, but the fact that they are working. You say they work for they handed Harkett the parchment, the plans. Yes, I want to make sure you're saying this. Yes.
Dax would add that they don't know if it's the plans, but with the other half of the group's story, as well as hers and Merrick's, they're taking an educated guess that what was handed was the plans.
That's fair. That does make sense, sort of. It is out of character for them to be hiring the twins. Not only is that extremely expensive, I've never known the Lowhoods to contract out their own work. And he looks over to Garrow, and he leans onto his elbow and puts his hand up on his face, kind of holding his chin, and says, "You would know better than anyone, wouldn't you, Sergeant? Since when is your gang hired outside help? Usually you do it yourself, and if you fail at it, you just kill anyone left. Is that wrong?" And Garrow crosses his arms and kind of makes a harumph face. I mean, you're not wrong. It is odd. This is the first I'm hearing of it. I was ordered to go get those plans. I didn't know there was someone else. And he looks kind of insulted. He actually looks like he's a little pissed off that, Heel didn't trust him. And he kind of has this, he's just kind of biting the inside of his cheek again. Can't believe they didn't trust me. And then Cassivus kind of nods a few times. All right, well, it's interesting. I did not realize the plans were that coveted, especially by the Lowhoods. Doesn't make sense, much less enough to spend the kind of coin one would need to hire the twins to procure it. It is odd. It's very odd. Something is going on here. I'm not sure what. But no matter, we need to get those plans. Otherwise, this was all for naught. Plus, now I'm just dreadfully curious as to who's behind this. And he kind of is rubbing his mouth with his fingers. Well, we'll need to find Captain Harkett by the sound of it. The twins are irrelevant at this point if they've passed the plans on to him. And he stops for a second. You can see him thinking. Well, the most likely thing is that Harkett's probably retreated back to his stronghold, or his hideout. I guess you call it really a stronghold. That would be kind of a wrong term. It's probably his hideout.
I raise an eyebrow in that, and then throw a glance at Garrow.
Garrow, as soon as he says that, kind of looks at the ground, and he's just not listening, and he just kind of he's trying to not pay attention at this point. Insight rolls are the thing to do, by the way. I'm not saying right now. I'm saying earlier.
Telena.
I mean, we did do insight rolls.
Both of us rolled insight.
You did, but remember what I said? You did them at the end of.
Well, yeah, we knew that he wasn't telling everything. We kind of suspected that much.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, he says that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
The moment he looks down and kind of pretends or tries to ignore, Dax would kind of step forward and pull one of her daggers on him and lift his head back up with it. What do you know?
He lifts up and he looks up. I mean, I guess I know a lot of things. What is it you want to know, miss? And Cassivus is kind of smirking and says, I don't believe that will be necessary, miss, despite the sheer joy and elation I would have from watching you slit his throat. I believe I already know where Captain Harkett is held up at. I've been hearing rumors for a few days now. But if you'd like to continue, by all means, please do.
No, Dax looks at him and then looks at Merrick and everyone else before looking back at... why do I keep blanking on his name?
Garrow?
Garrow?
Yeah, Garrow.
Think
Garrow,
Jack Sparrow, Garrow Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before looking back at Garrow. So if you know where he is and he's our next target, why do we still need him? And she says, pushing the dagger closer against his throat.
His head kind of slides back to try to avoid, like it moves back so that the blade doesn't penetrate. It just pushes his back.
No,
and,
I mean she's not trying to penetrate. She's just like having the tip against the skin.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying. Like he moves with the blade so that like it's
Gotcha.
not so yeah. And you watch as his Adam's apple goes up and down as he just really big gulp, and he's like,
I'm sure I could be helpful in some way.
She kind of cocks her head to the side. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're being very forthcoming with information, and he knows where your captain's held up, so I don't see how you could be of use right now.
I mean,
Have you ever heard of using an inside man?
She looks over at,
Talina.
Yeah, Talina. She looks over at Talina and says, well, I mean, I have a feeling they're already suspecting something since he hasn't shown back up yet. So, who's to say that even if he does show back up, that they'll, trust him still?
I mean,
They don't need to trust him. They just need to open the gate for just long enough for us to sneak by. Or blast in.
and as he says that, Cassivus, a point of clarity. It's not exactly a castle or anything of that nature. And as he says that, Garrow kind of looks over at Cassivus. But if you'd like,
Damn, well,
if I may, and he kind of like motions his hand, like, is it okay if I continue? And he looks at Dax, who's got the blade, and he looks at Talina, since those are the two of you that were kind of conversing, and he has that face, that like gesture of, if I can be permitted, I'll keep speaking, but you guys got the floor.
Dax would look back over at Cassivus. I'm still holding the knife up against his throat, but not trying to kill him, at least yet.
And then he's, Cassivus is sitting there, he looks at Talina, like seeing if Talina will permit him to speak.
Oh yeah, no, she, after that one comment, she's just sat back again.
Very well. If I may, Captain Harkett is an interesting man beast to deal with. I've only met him once, and he is a brute, and I don't like dealing with him. So it would benefit all of us to get rid of him. That said, Mr. Jack here, Sergeant Garrow, might be an opportunity to get inside the stronghold without incident. But, and he kind of slowly, with his hands behind his back once more, kind of slowly walks over and leans forward down towards Garrow, who's sitting at this point, and gets close to his face. However, I don't trust this brute as far as I could throw him. And he looks him up and down. So, it would be up to you and your band to decide if it's worth keeping him alive, to try and use him in some way to benefit us getting inside to find the plans, or if it'd be better off to just dispatch of him. Or if you'd like me to deal with him. I have ways of making people disappear.
As tempting as that last offer, we have ways of making him pliable.
Ways of making him talk. Sorry, right there.
Just before she says the word pliable, she uses prestidigitation to make the purple sparkly energy around her lips as if to cast suggestion, but not actually casting suggestion.
Oh. And Caspis just kind of
Just to
smirks
see
a
how
little bit.
Barra would respond. Yeah.
Yeah, he smirks a little bit and says, "Very well. I'll be here." And he sits down. He basically just goes over, resigns himself to the chair, sits, and he's just gonna watch at this point.
Dax would kind of give a very audible, she's pissed off sigh, and would retract the dagger and put it back to where she grabbed it from on her jacket before retreating back to her corner.
In before the actual main quest is just so that Dax can kill this guy.
Yeah.
Garrow rubs his neck from where the blade was, and he looks over. Is Othwin still on his shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
He looks over towards Othwin. What's she doing with all this happening?
Her eyes are glowing.
Are glowing? Is she doing is the stick or anything going on there?
He'll notice the stick's no longer... in her hand, but her hand is downwards.
Okay.
But there is a mystical little glow around above him as her spiritual weapon comes out.
Oh, no, with the magnifying glass?
Nope.
No, her flying cookie?
It'll be a sword.
Oh, an axe. Oh, geez. Okay. So.
The sword that she tried picking up. Ooh.
Yeah, is it the sword you tried picking up
learned
before?
which way the pointy end goes.
Yes. It is her sword that she discarded because she couldn't carry it.
Okay. And how is the sword? So so in the room, all of a sudden, this sword manifests itself. It's a cutlass. It looks exactly like the cutlasses that the low hoods carry, and it appears above the head of Garrow, floating just above him. How is it? Is it positioned? Is it just floating like straight across? Is it pointing down? Like how does it look?
It is directly above him, pointing straight down.
Oh, geez. Okay. Garrow feels this like energy above him, and he just slowly raises his head and looks up and is looking right at the point of this blade that's like pointed right between his eyes, and he becomes as still as a column. He just doesn't even. He's barely breathing. He's like,
all right, listen. Before we do anything rash with Miss Firehair over here, with her blade and the very menacing little bird-like creature that apparently just made a sword appear above me head, and everything else in here, I might maybe possibly kind of be able to maybe help, maybe.
and his eye. The only thing moving is his eyes. His eyes are like darting from like whoever he can make contact with, but nothing else. Like he is like completely. Like his body is still. He's sitting in the chair. His hands are out to his side, like the don't do anything rash, but he's not even twitching. He is perfectly still.
Bassel's going to chime in for the first time in a while. I suggest whatever you have to say, you get it off your chest now. Because our first agreement is up. And you don't want me getting my hands on you. Because they might use their blades or their magic. I have a way with my fists.
I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but I'm more worried about all the sharp objects in this room right now.
Sharp objects are quick. Beating to a pulp. That'll go over time.
Fair enough. Alright, listen. The horned one over there ain't wrong. Captain Harkett does have a hideout. I wouldn't call it a stronghold neither, but it's a place that he can muster his plans and whatnot. But, and please don't instantly kill me, I don't think I can help you get in. I can help you find it. I can help maybe figure out who or what, anything like that, is on the inside. But you was right. If I show up, I'm not going to get very far.
And he looks like he's like very like not wanting to say this, but he is terrified right now.
Dax comes stepping over, her finger raising in there.
No, wait, listen. I'm being honest.
She doesn't have a weapon pulled yet.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought
she's
she had
not
the dagger.
No, she's
Even
not
still,
acting
he
like
still is just terrified at this point.
Yeah, she's not acting like she's gonna kill him just yet. She's like, I knew it. So, what use is it? Someone please convince me of why we still need this individual around.
And he's looking around waiting for somebody to say anything at this point.
Mr. Parole Officer, I believe the question now lies with you.
That'd be Merrick, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And so his eyes like move over to Merrick, like, and so when Merrick, when you look at this guy's face, his face is screaming with no words, "For the love of all that's good and holy, save me."
Well, we've gotten all we could out of him, and the condition for friendly neighborhood guards was that he's no longer a problem. He shall no longer be a problem.
His eyes get big.
I like the way you think over there, Merrick. Dax comes out, pulls out a dagger, and makes her way towards him.
No, wait. No,
stand up!
And
she yells at him.
He begrudgingly stands up, his hands on either side of him, like palms up, and just to confirm, Othwin is still on his shoulder, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Does the blade move like in relation to his body, or does it stay exactly where it's at?
He's right where it's at.
So he starts to stand up, and it pokes the top of his head, and he kind of like winces and comes back down. I'd love to stand up, but I'm afraid I can't. There's that, and he doesn't move his hands, but he just forms a finger with one of them and just points up.
Dax would look at the baby board and ask if she could move it.
Without taking your eyes off of her toy, everyone in the room would notice that the spiritual weapon don't just go up. It moves to the front into his, like, right between his eyes.
And as it moves down, he says, "I know a secret way in." And he just freezes, and he's like squinting as like the blade's like right in front of his face, and he's like hunched up. His neck disappears because he's all like tense, and he's just like trembling, and his hands are shaking.
Dax would look over at him and then baby board. You may have just won some favor with me so that I don't kill you yet.
Yeah.
She motions. She puts the dagger away and motions for him to sit back down before walking away.
His eye, he can't see because his eyes are clenched shut. He's convinced the blade's gonna run him through. Like he is literally like, picture. I'm trying to like explain this, but like he's standing up because he was ordered to. His shoulders are risen. His neck is hunched down. His hands come close to him. His face is just clenched tightly shut, like his eyes and everything. And he's like, "I know a secret way in," and he just freezes. He's like, "This is it. I'm dead."
As she's walking away, Dax would shout to Othwin that she can move the sword away and would shout that he can sit back down. If Othwin wants to move the sword away, it's up to Othwin.
Othwin will move it backwards slightly.
So
I want to roll an insight check to see if he actually knows the secret way or if he's just trying to make the threat stop.
Go for it. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
14 plus 2, so that's a 16 total.
Okay. He seems very truthful. Like you're not. I mean, you can't be 1,000% certain because he's been lying to you for a lot, multiple times. But everything you just witnessed looked like a man who is trying everything he can to stay alive, even if it means selling out his boss.
I reckon the only way you can stay alive is for us to know all of the details about this secret entrance. Not just the where, but the how. Is it guarded? If so, when does the guard change? Details like that. Start talking.
So as he says this...
At that point, she just motions towards Dax to, keep the threat up.
Well, at this point, since Dax has gotten some information out of him, she would start to come back as Talina motions for her to come back, but she's gonna let the poor guy at least sit down.
Is this the first time Dax has sympathy for Garrow? Because up to this point...
She doesn't have sympathy, but she doesn't have sympathy. She just doesn't want him locking up to the point where he's not gonna say anything.
Nice. So yeah, he very slowly sits back down on the sofa, his hands still up, basically has his elbows at his side, his hands kind of still up. And he's like, his head moves a little bit and his eyes kind of darting around the room at everybody. Like he's gone from like this big dude of like, I will mess you up, to like, my life is over and I am now terrified. And he sits down and Cassivus leans forward on his elbows and he's leaning towards him and says, "Sounds like, my friend, you're out of options beyond the truth. Please enlighten my new friends."
And as they're waiting for an answer, Dax has her dagger and she's just kind of waving it in front of her so that he can see, and she's like, and to kind of show him that, if you don't tell us, this is going through you.
And I assume, Othwin, correct me if I'm wrong, that the sword you said moved back, but I assume that it basically, I'm visualizing it, that it's like it's moving with him. So as he slowly sits down, the sword basically stays parallel with his face.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so that's happening. Oh, go ahead.
This, when he silences down, she will place the stick on him, making sure it's touching flesh.
Mm-hmm.
That is it. That's all it's doing right now.
Oh no, this poor guy. So
I mean, he's kind of done it to himself.
No, he absolutely has. I have no sympathy for this piece of scum at all. I created him, and I have no sympathy for him. So as he sits down, he's looking around the room. All right, listen.
as I'm sure the Horned One would tell you, it's not a stronghold per se.
And he looks towards Cassivus, and Cassivus goes, as I was about to say, before this gentleman so quickly ended his own life by the looks of it, over on the western shores of Daroon, far west of the docks, there's a cliff, and the cliff spans a pretty good distance, and there is a collection of manors and mansions and houses along that cliff. They are various builds, years, things of that nature. Well, there's one, the farthest away from the city, that has been abandoned for some time. The lord that owned it passed away, had no heirs to give it to, it fell into disrepair, and was subsequently abandoned. A few years ago, it was rumored that ne'er-do-wells were lingering about, but no one cared enough because it was outside the city walls for the most part. Well, now my understanding is Captain Harkett has taken up shop in there, and he's running his little band of merry men out of that building. And as he says this, Garrow was nodding along, says, "Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is it's an old mansion essentially. There's a basement in it. There's a cellar, and well, there's been rumors amongst the men that that cellar's right on top of the catacombs, and you can get into it from the catacombs." Cassivus, as he hears this, sits back in his chair, raises an eyebrow, and looks at the rest of you.
Dax would look at him and be like, if you're telling the truth, once this is over, I may not slaughter you like the pig and scum you are.
Instead of looking scared or like nervous by that, he looks a little pissed off and offended. Not like overtly so, but like you just see that tinge in the corner of his eye where he's like, I don't like being insulted despite the circumstances.
She wouldn't care. She
Sure.
kind of, would she be able to see the pissed off expression?
Roll me a perception check. Let's see if she sees it, because it would be just a subtle, like he's trying to hold it in.
No, I don't see jack crap.
Nope. You're reveling in the fact that you made this guy basically wet himself, and so you're good at this point.
Cassivus is gonna have to Cassivus is
perception.
gonna have to clean up the couch after this.
Yeah, you're gonna roll me a perception. Let's see. Othwin would probably see it. She'd see that tinge of anger in the corner of his eye that's just kind of flickers there for a second, just like that little twitch where he's just, and is like the corner of his mouth kind of grimaces for a second, and then it kind of goes back to more reluctance and more kind of letting things go the way they go.
She's gonna make a little bird sound, kind of like she said something, but obviously
But
in
no one
her
knows.
language.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, just for the sake of clarity, what is her language? Does she have one? Or do you not
I'm
have a
trying to
name
think
for
of
it?
what I don't have a name for it yet. Unless I
Okay.
just go with Alan.
Alan works.
Just go with
If I-
Alan for now.
If I may,
Mhm.
she was from the Fey Wilds, right, or something. of the
Yes,
sort.
she is from the Fae.
I believe the language of the the language of the Fey and whatnot would be Sylvan.
Oh, is that what it is?
Well,
I
that's
believe
like,
so.
if I'm not mistaken, I believe I could be wrong. But that's like the equivalent to like common in the Fae, correct?
Sylvan is kind of like high elvish, like elvish
Okay.
mixed with Fey.
Gotcha. There you go. So
He uses the elvish alphabet anyway.
there you go. So theoretically, that would be the case. But if she's making a bird noise, I would assume she's speaking some sort of bird language. I think Alan would be perfectly fair.
Honestly, I think because I just googled it. Sylvan is the language of the Fae.
Okay. So I'm sure
I
that
think
she
that
would
it, like,
understand that
it is a common civilized Feywild.
then. Okay.
So that's what she would be speaking.
Okay. So he's just So Garrow's just relayed this information. He's heard this sort of bird chirp on his shoulder. He looks at Othwin, and he doesn't have this look of like, "What are you doing?" He's more of just like, "What was that? Should I be like my face of like, that was weird." And oh, go
It's a
ahead.
very angry bird, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, and he kind of recoils a little bit at how angry she looks, and glances back to the rest of the group. Cassivus is watching this happen as well, and you can see that the wheels are spinning in his head. But he's waiting to see what the rest of the group does before he speaks. You can see he's kind of more patiently biding his time.
Dax would look at the rest of them to see if they had any questions, but she would also look back at I keep forgetting his name.
Garo.
Yeah. Get to that point in the night. She looks back at Garo and is like, even if you are telling the truth, you're not leaving us until after we've confirmed it.
All right. Well, the only way you're going to confirm it is for me to show you. But I don't know how to get in the catacombs. Like I say, it's a rumor.
And as he says that, anyone who's looking at Cassius would see this big grin appear on his face.
Of course, Cassius knows how to get into the catacombs.
Something tells me getting there is not going to be a problem. As she turns her eyes from Garo to Cassivus and back again.
I can assure you, getting into the catacombs will not be a problem. Hell, I basically invented half of it.
Dax would look at him and give him a nod before looking at anyone else to see if they have any questions for the poor individual that is probably wetting himself.
Merrick has just been standing with his arms crossed, just observing this whole thing.
Apparently so is Grigor.
He's kind of checked out of the situation.
Basil has also been as well, but also just kind of watching everything as it happens. Because like he said before, Basil's deal with Garo is done. He has gotten what information he requested from him, so the whole honor-bound thing is kind of finished. Smile.
So, Garo kind of glances around the room a little bit, and then he kind of slowly glances over towards Cassivus. You know how to get in the catacombs? Yes, of course I do. How do you think I get around the city so easily? How do you think Spitwick gets around the city? Well, you don't even know. Wait, you don't even know who Spitwick is. Why am I asking you? And he looks at the rest of the group. There's a reason.
Dax would smile like a huge smile when you say Spitwick.
Spitwick walks in and he crosses his arms and basically looks around, kind of again, sort of a proud look on his face.
There's a reason we can get around so easily.
And goes, and then you could all kind of glance towards Cassivus. The catacombs are essentially the old city of Darun underneath this one. Many, I don't know how many centuries ago, the original city of Darun was built here, but for some reason that no one quite knows, some sort of cataclysmic event buried the old city under ruin and rubble and earth, and the new city was built on top of it. Well, what's left of the old city has created what we call the catacombs, or at least pieces of it. Throughout the years, various individuals have connected sections of the old city through tunnels, mine shafts, passageways, and whatnot, creating essentially an entire city underneath the city. I was one of the ones who helped connect a lot of those sections, which of course I used for smuggling various goods around the city or getting people from point A to point B without being spotted. But if you're saying, Mr. Garo, that there's a way to get into Captain Harkett's compound through the catacombs, well, we could get from here to there without anyone even seeing us. And Cassivus stands up, walks over to a bookshelf that's off to the left side of the fireplace that they're standing at. And he reaches up, and of course everybody goes, oh, he's gonna reach for a book. And he doesn't. He reaches for a book and he pulls a book, and nothing happens. He takes the book out and he flips through it a little bit, and then he glances at you and he gives a smirk like, you thought that was gonna open a door, and he puts the book back. And he walks over to the fireplace and he pulls a what do you call it? One of those fire poker things. I forget what you call it. I guess it's poker. Off of one of the little racks on the side there, and he starts stoking the fire. And then you see him push a little bit harder into one part of the wall, and you hear it. And then at that moment, the fire, all at once, goes out, and the entire fireplace and starts rotating 180 degrees, or actually 90 degrees, and it rotates 90 degrees, and basically creates a wall down the dead center. And then the fireplace is on one side, and on the other side is a passageway that leads from the den into a dark corridor behind it. You can't see. There's no light on the other side. but it leads down, and you can tell there's some sort of passageway behind the fireplace. Pacifist stands up, very carefully hangs the poker back on a hook, straightens his clothes, and stands upright, and kind of gestures with his left hand, says, "The catacombs, ladies and gentlemen." And it's there that we will go ahead and end our session since people are getting sleepy.
Yay!
Yay!
Dax finally. Dax has successfully finally threatened someone.
You did.
Yeah.
She did successfully finally threaten someone. Othwin was a great little burb too. That was fantastic.
Othwin was an amazing little burb.
I'm gonna
Althwin's showing how
reiterate.
smart she can really be.
I love it.
I'm gonna reiterate and say this again for stream and chat to hear, but I like the fact that Garrow has basically like skipped from one party member to the other of help me stay alive longer, please.
I mean, he's a criminal. Like, he is literally just in it for himself, and he's going to do whatever he can to survive, and he's always been that way. And when he realizes, I can no longer survive with this person, let me try to work with somebody else, and it doesn't work anymore, he's like, let me go to the next person. And then finally, when the burb is like, I will cut you in half, he's like, clearly I have run out of options here.
And
Well,
see,
he's never going to be able to work with Dax
Mm-mm.
in order to successfully keep himself alive.
Yeah.
Basil was probably the easiest one to work with to make sure he stays alive, and
Basil's too
The
much
honor-
of a puppy.
Arguable.
well, the honor agreement's already done and over with because he gave the name, he gave the information that Basil intended and wanted from him. So, da.
Sorry,
I'm
trying to
satisfied.
answer my notes.
I got my Merrick shining moment.
Basil,
With all the
Basil can't
persuasion
save his
rolls.
butt anymore.
Mm-hmm. I think everybody except Grigor had a really good shining moment tonight in session. I think everybody had a moment to kind of like be highlighted a little bit. I'm curious though, because Grigor's been awfully quiet this entire time. What is Grigor's thoughts on all of this?
Probably just, if I was to take a guess, he's probably questioning why the heck this guy's still alive and with
Yeah.
us.
Well, now he knows.
I'm waiting to see
To
what.
let you know a little thing, I've had the name Merrick like for a long time, but the idea for the type of character that I'm playing came from a little bit before when I played a one shot for Cyberpunk Red,
Mm-hmm.
and Merrick was a corpo, so he's a dick who's out for himself and he uses words. And today worked out really well for that. I'm not
Nice.
gonna lie. Like
That's
obviously
awesome.
in D&D he's also a threat magically, but it's very much in line with how I want to play the character.
That's awesome. I'm glad I'm able to bring that out. It was funny because like again, I had a different expectation of how you guys would like get some of this information, get this far, and it went a completely different direction, but it worked so much better, and I love it so much.
Yeah, what does Grigor think of this? Grigor's been
Mhm.
kind of silent.
I
Is he
know.
just like is he just sitting back and eating popcorn, enjoying the show?
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Okay,
Oh, I forgot.
fair enough.
Grigor, I completely
Grigor's
forgot.
taking notes.
For working your half shift with Elria, go ahead and give yourself half day's wage, which would be 5 silver, because I think I was doing a gold a day for working for her. So yeah, 5 silver for working for her. Sorry, I forgot about that earlier. Yeah, Grigor's been awfully quiet, but I think he's just kind of like, I guess like Monhold said, he's just kind of like, this is great. This is just gold. I'm gonna watch this go down.
Basil's got shiny new daggers to use.
Yeah, he does. I can't wait
I'm
for you to
so
reveal those
happy.
two.
Oh, that's gonna be so freaking cool.
Yeah.
It really is.
Sorry, I'm wrapping up my notes real quick.
I really love how freaking Garrow became Athwin's bitch.
Yeah.
That went real quick too.
Yeah.
It was Ratatouille, but more violent.
Yeah, pretty much.
The R-rated version of Ratatouille, or at least PG-13. I don't think it's gone R yet.
It's Ratatouille 2 for adults.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Coming
Ratatouille
close
2.
to freaking rated R. It'll be a bloodbath.
And this is what the producers of Ratatouille have been working on since the last one. or since the first one?
Off topic, I heard there's rumors of a second movie coming out sometime soon.
Really?
Anyways.
Oh,
But
gosh.
I mean, off topic, exactly on topic.
Yeah, I was about to say that's exactly on topic.
Off the topic of D&D, but on the topic of Ratatouille, I heard that there's a second one.
Interesting.
Do they have to
In the
fool another
chef?
another chef into eating rat poison? Like, I don't.
I have no
Jeez, that
idea.
escalated
I mean,
quickly.
like-
What?
I mean, it's a rat that cooks. What do you think happens there? Like, what do you think? What do you think Rami puts his hands in?
I mean, it's just. What are they even gonna make it about?
I don't even
It's gonna be
know.
a cat under the hat this time.
It's
Cat
probably
in
gonna
the
be like
Hat,
Fast and
really?
Furious franchise where it just go to space and it gets like guns and Dwayne Johnson joins in.
Well,
I have
apparently there's a concept trailer out and it's scheduled for 2025.
Well, that would be the right
Oh, whoa.
timeline. I don't know. That's weird.
I don't. The question is it gonna be like one of those other remakes where it's just crap?
Yeah.
Oh, is it an actual remake?
Well, not
I don't know
remake
if it's a
or
remake,
edition.
It's gonna be a sequel, as far as I know. But that
I
I don't
is it
know.
gonna be a
much
remake
about
or a
it at
sequel
all.
that's just crap?
It's probably going to be them running their new restaurant and them trying to keep it from getting shut down or something. It's probably going to be what it is.
Be straight to DVD.
Yeah. Jeez.
Oh wait, straight to streaming
And
service.
then,
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
then Rami's gonna have
say,
some sort of a
yeah.
love
DVD
story
nowadays.
because he needs one because there has to be romance.
Oh,
Eh.
man.
Anyway, that was a good session.
That was a great
Yes,
session.
session.
Yep.
Was.
Yep. Applause to all of you guys. You guys were fantastic. I noticed you guys are getting more comfortable RPing with each other and getting quicker on jumping on stuff. And you guys are awesome. You guys are such great players, and I appreciate you guys very much.
We were also all more awake and
Yes.
less hurty or
Yeah, we weren't.
sleepy.
And not sick.
dying. We weren't
Just
dying.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah. This was a good week comparatively to last
The
week.
majority of
Jesse,
us
you're
were-
always.
Yeah.
Jesse, yeah,
I-
Jesse,
I'm
you're
always, yes.
tired.
That's why I throw shit, right? I'm always tired, but I'm still gonna joke like that.
Yeah.
That's your secret. You're
I'm
always
always
tired.
Yeah. Yep. No, you guys were
But-
great tonight. This was awesome. Everybody was awake and alert. Everybody was having fun and creative with their ideas. Everybody was willing to throw stuff around. It was just, you guys are fantastic. This was awesome.
I just didn't want the one oddball recurring NPC to be, forgotten.
What's really funny, so I'm going to be perfectly blunt and honest. This wasn't an NPC till you made him one. And then I was like, okay.
I know.
Yeah. Like you literally turned an enemy that was supposed to get got into an NPC. And now he's turned into a story plot hook. And I'm just like, good grief. How did you do that? So then I had to figure out how to do that.
I
He's
mean,
an
one
NPC
word.
we all hate.
Yeah.
Instead of the
one word
NPC we all love.
suggestion.
Don't worry.
it does kind of align anyway.
I have
because-
plans to get you guys an NPC in the future that you all, hopefully everybody will love, but we haven't gotten there yet.
So
Eh.
this is the NPC we all hate that we grow to be neutral towards.
Yeah, we're
Maybe.
getting that. We're getting that one out. We're getting that one out of the way.
Yeah. Well, and also, if you notice, this NPC is also starting to work through, is bringing some characters closer together, and is causing other characters to learn more about their fellow party members, which is kind of fun too. So.
Uh-huh.
I think we've already gathered that.
Yeah, like
Dax already is-
everybody
Da-
learned that Dax and Merrick equally want to kill the guy.
Yeah,
well,
Dax
not
and
only
Merrick are
that,
the
but,
murder
but
hobos.
not only that, but Dax is like the child that's got the parental issues and wears the emo clothing to school.
She's the goth
She's
kid.
edgy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the goth one.
She's the goth kid, yeah. And
She's
Merrick,
edgy.
and
Yeah.
Merrick's edgy boy, who's just like, I'll do what it needs to be done and stop getting in my way.
Basil's
Yeah.
the morally gray guy that actually has a pretty decent heart.
I was gonna say, morally gray went out the window when he's like, when he saved Garrow's life at the
I was
risk
about
of
to say,
losing.
I don't think Basil's morally gray anymore. I think he's more.
He's a good
a mo-
guy, but he's got morally gray tendencies.
I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them yet.
It's
Yeah.
yet to happen, but that's because everything's appealed to more of his warrior side versus his brutal, you've picked your last chance side.
Just smack myself in the face with my microphone. That's a first.
Why'd you do that?
Because I bumped the bottom of it by accident with my hand.
Why'd you do that?
Because you know what? I'm just a glutton for punishment. That's why. Cool.
Let's not be the 3-year-olds that keep
Yeah.
asking why.
But why?
That's true, Monhold. He did
I
get the name
did
because
have
of his dagger.
a thought kind of in the back of my hand the whole time, like
Mhm.
because obviously it's one shot, or well, not anymore technically,
No,
but
it's-
like
at this point, it's just a standard
I-
adventure.
yeah, I didn't really want to push the luck. After we were done with the guy, like he got carried off. I just kind of assumed he got carried off.
Mm-hmm.
But like as in character, Merrick, since he had basically let him go because easily could have finished him off as he was taken, right? When I mentioned the magic arrows or whatever they're called. It's been in the back of my mind and back of Garrett's mind's like, what if I go just to the guardhouse and finish him off there?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, seeing the guardhouse in person would not have been a good idea.
No, that German
Merrick's
guy.
not that good.
That German guy would have messed you up.
Yeah.
He would have messed you up single-handedly.
You know what's
But
hilarious?
also,
is
it
as you
does
guys
work
like-
out in the fact that I got to get him out, and now we get to do it. You know.
Yeah. What's hilarious to me though is you guys are like, we're gonna go to the guard station. I'm like, great. I have nothing prepared for this. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how it's laid out. I don't know who's gonna be there. And I'm like, I'm being perfectly honest. Every piece of that was made up on the fly, and it made sense. Like, it all worked.
It was you did a good job making that up.
Thank
then.
you.
Oh, hell yeah.
But then you guys are like, oh, we need to talk to these people. I'm like, I only have so many accents I can do. So when German came out, and then you guys are like, oh, of course he's German. I'm like, look, I have accents.
I mean, also they don't always have to have an accent, to be fair, but yeah.
It's a thing for me to keep them separate. So like some of the guards will have similar voices, and like obviously all of the low hoods kind of sound like they're from some dingy part of like England somewhere, because it's just easier for me to go, oh, the bad guy's going to sound like this. It's just easier, because it just works. But and if you notice, all the dwarves are Scottish because it's just easy for me. Like, yeah. But when I was with the guards, I was like, oh, I want them to all be a little bit different. And so when I was like, okay, we'll have, I'll just German was the first accent that came out. And you guys, oh, of course he's German, of course. I'm like, oh, doggone it. Like,
all the guards are German now.
No, actually they weren't. That was the only one that was German so far. Was the one who was with
so
the two
far.
pauldrons, yeah.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for your Russian accent to exist on a character.
Yep, it'll happen. Yep. Because
you gotta have the Russian and German guard in the same room together.
Oh, that'll be fun. Yeah. So basically, I can do like decently well. I can do a Russian accent. I can do a German accent ish. That was a little rushed. So that wasn't the best one I can do, but I can do it. I can do Scottish.
Yeah, you're right, Monhold. Only
high-ranking guards are German. Yeah. It comes in. We have ways of making you talk. Yeah, but like I can do all these different accents like passably well, and so I'm like trying to like keep them straight in my head of who's who. But like you guys noticed when Keeg was trying to talk to Merrick, talk to Talina, and it came out as Garrow's voice. I was like, oh crap, let me fix that. He had a southern accent. I got to go back to that. When you have so many accents, though, you mix them up.
You're welcome for making me talk to yourself today.
It's funny because I was like, I asked a question. I was like waiting for somebody to respond. I'm like, oh wait, that's me too. Hold on, like that's me. I gotta say that part too. Like this feels weird. I'm having a conversation with myself.
You need to bring in cameo role players to play some of the characters.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, something that I want to do once I get back from my honeymoon and I get more settled with doing DMing is I want to actually do guests that come in for a session or two. It'll be hard because we have 6 players, so it may have to happen after we finish this adventure and I go down to like 5 players or something like that. And then like that gives me room for a guest if I want. But I do want to have like temporary players come in for 1 or 2 sessions and then their character does something and then they leave or die or whatever. But
you could also do guests if, like, say one of us aren't able to show up and of ahead of time, you could do a guest for that session.
Yes, absolutely. With that though, I need to basically start fielding people of like, hey, would you want to be on like a notice list of like, hey, I need a guest for this week. Would you be down to join us? Can you throw together a character in like a couple of days? But I need to start fielding people for that because as of right now, when I put out interest in my Discord for who wanted to play, you guys were the only 6 who responded. And so I need to find out if there's other people who'd be willing to do that on like a temporary basis. And then just start, figuring that out.
That you could also just probably start picking from the general New Day pool. You could probably find somebody.
Yes. There's the New Day pool, and then I'm in several Discords. I'm actually in quite a few D&D Discords for various things. And I know that some people in there have voiced interest in playing games with other members. Like, for example, WorldSmith, which is that program that I use for this entire adventure was basically built from my brain and WorldSmith. And the people that are in there are really good people, and they've all like shown interest in playing games and stuff. So I'm sure that if I said, hey, can I get a guest this week? I'm sure I could figure something out. So is that
Garo the entire session?
So it was hard because I was like, it's okay. Something that's interesting with Garrow is when I first built him, obviously he was just supposed to be a baddie, right? He was just supposed to get killed. And so like I built him a certain way, and I'm like, okay, now I have to give him personality and make him human-ish, and have him get like and have him like feel authentic throughout the course of this. And he keeps getting like whittled down and whittled down and whittled down. And then when he's finally in a position where he's like, he has no upper hand, he's gonna get rocked, whatever. What would he do? And that's essentially what came out. I was like, all right, this works. This makes sense. I don't want to die.
Yeah, honestly, like, I'm doing that with Talena as well. It's like, I roughly know how she'll behave, but then situations happen. I'm like, well, I guess this is how she is now.
Yeah. I had no clue how I wanted to play Dax, and then Spitwick came along, and as Spitwick came along, I had a friend send me a punting meme, so I was like, I'm gonna punt Spitwick, and it just has spiraled from there.
Can you send that friend that gave you that meme a thanks on behalf of, I'm pretty sure, all of us, because that was gold.
It is funny.
Yeah, you need to tell your friend that, because that's been one of the funniest moments in this adventure is the Spitwick punt.
On a similar note to that whole punting the smaller creatures thing that Dax does, I once was in a campaign with someone who...
I thought you were going to say I once who did it in real life.
Once there was a campaign I was playing with someone that their character... the first time was a complete accident. They went to grab one of the apples on a table and take a nice bite out of it. Turns out it was a wax apple.
Oh my gosh.
And now every single time that we had entered a different route or like a different big meeting situation, they would have always grabbed an apple, and it would always have been a wax apple, and they always took a bite. And it was just the running joke of the entire thing, and it was just it kept being funny every single time.
Wait, Daxori being de facto banned from Glimmer's Emporium. Wait, is she?
Oh yeah, no, because of the fact that the owner is a
it was a gnome. Yeah, but you haven't met her yet. You haven't been there yet.
No, I haven't met her yet.
I was gonna say I didn't think so. I'm just waiting for those of you who've bought the mystery potions to use them. I can't wait. That was something that that was really one of the...
That's gonna be interesting.
That was one of the first ideas I got for D&D, like DMing, was the as I call them, the potion tables, and I worked on that for like a week. And when Tyrope found it, I got so excited that I got to use it. And then again, I was like, "Here you go, Melon! Like, here you go." And I'll say this: I'll give you guys this much. No matter what, like, none of the potions you guys have come in contact with, none of them are like, oh, you just drank it and you died. Like, that's not what these are. That's not what I'm trying to do here. Remember, put it this way. Remember how much you paid for them. Put into perspective how much you paid for a potion of healing versus how much you paid for one of these mystery potions. That should tell you the ballpark of potions you might be in, as far as like what they might do. So don't stress it too much. I want you guys to have fun with them for sure. But
they turn you neon colors.
I'm just waiting for a situation that warrants it, because right now I've not really been in a position where I need to use a consumable, because either I'm not in danger or my allies got it, or
Basil has definitely been in a situation. He was down half of his hit point.
Yeah.
For one of those that last combat session, and it's like, I might want to have one of these for between the points.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. So just as this is more of a meta thing, so you guys can decide how you want to play this out. I'm not going to give you too many details. I don't want to take the fun out of it. But the way
No.
Yeah.
Don't share anything about the potions.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just telling you this, that the way I built it is there's 3 potion tables outside of the normal D&D potions. And so there's like an A tier, B tier, and a C tier. You guys found the C tier, and because of the price point, like you guys would be able to recognize 5 silver for a potion. This thing's probably, like, who knows what this does, but it's probably nothing fantastic. Like, don't like overthink them, essentially. That's all I'm going to tell you. But either way, I'm excited that you guys have some stuff there. I'm excited you guys have been able to like do a little shopping and stuff, like actually be able to interact with the world and like, customize your characters a little bit. It makes me happy. It's a weird thing that I like about D&D is the shopping element. I don't know why. Not like an entire shopping episode, but like going into the world and bartering and trading and buying things. For some reason, I think that's fun.
But
I'm
shopping
happy to
episodes
turn-
are the best episodes.
I'm just super happy to turn a improvised weapon that I ripped out of a monster's mouth into functional weaponry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
To you actually stabbing a bitch with it.
Yeah. They're pretty cool. I can't wait for it.
Now imagine rage while also those. That's
Yeah.
gonna be quite
Yep.
a thing. Plus, I think I do have 2-weapon fighting.
I thought you did.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have 2-weapon fighting.
Yeah,
so,
I closed my page, so.
Yeah, that does what again? Attack.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the background noise you've been hearing, but yeah, I've been moving things around to
Yeah,
prep
so
for bed.
basically,
Yeah, we can go ahead and
When I
wrap the
take
stream
it-
up here and we can keep chatting.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's...
sure.
all right. Well,
Oh,
in that
you're
case,
still streaming?
I
That's
am.
grim!
Yep, we've just been chatting. Yep, having a little post-session chat. Well, I'll go ahead and do this then. We will go ahead and call it here. Thank you, everybody who's watching either right now or catching the VOD later. We will have a session 7. We are tentatively talking about having it next week. We're just going to have to see how work schedules go. Otherwise, we might be on a break for about a month. So keep posted in my Discord for when it goes on YouTube. When this one goes on YouTube or when we have our next session. This one will be up on Twitch, like in the highlights, as well as on my YouTube playlist, probably in the next couple of days. So if you guys want to check it out there, you can. Otherwise, we will see you guys in the next one. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.